I am so sorry. I just realized the mic was off. Um, that sucks. I'm gonna stop turning that off, I guess, from here on out. I tend to forget about it. Actually, what I should do is program it to turn it on the moment I press that button. Welcome to TNT Tabletop, everybody. So, as I said, or I was saying earlier, as you couldn't hear, we kind of recapped a little bit of what happened last session. Toward the end of the mission, uh, the team wasn't looking well. We went to a whole other world, which was the Forest of the Dam, and because we went into that, it brought us to a whole new realm, which is part of the Forbidden Fortress. Matt Arts, I'm excited to be here. Hey, bro, thanks for showing up. Yeah, I just realized that the last like I don't know how long, I don't know 5 minutes maybe of me talking has been without a mic. I need to program this thing to turn the mic on the moment I go get out of the starting screen. So so yeah, at the end of the last adventure, we went to a whole nother world. It brought us to another realm, and I'm trying to play this game as realistic as possible when it comes to realms or Kickstarters. That's basically what it is. So, since we went to a feudal Japan era location, which was the Forest of the Damned, we're now going to the Forbidden Fortress. And we will continue going to the Forbidden Fortress starting area until. Actually, I wonder if we can use. I think we use Forest of the Damned too, or Forest of the Dead too. But until we can actually get out and into into another realm, we're going to continue doing this. So I just figured it just has better storytelling instead of just kind of playing one-offs. So this way we have an adventure. So yeah, we went to the town stay. We did the travel hazards. Nothing happened. Went to the town stay. We lasted 2 days there, I think, and everybody got all of their injuries, mutations, everything gone except for Murphy. I let Murphy keep his mustache, his tentacle mustache, for the ladies. And then after that, what else? Oh yeah, there was like a bunch of dragons swarming the village, freaking everybody out in town, shutting down shops. So at that point, I was like, well, you know what? Probably best just to leave. So they left, and now here we are. I'm pretty much assuming that Isamu, the enforcer from this realm, was probably like, "Hey, you want to go find some treasure and loots, or find your way home? Let's go to the Forbidden Fortress." And what are they going to do? I'm pretty sure Murphy and Isamu at this point have created quite the friendship, being on many adventures together and surviving together. So here we are at the start of this current adventure. Let me make sure everybody's got their stuff here. They should all be fully healed, and they all should have at least one grit. Oh, that's right. I spent some during the town stay to make sure that they rolled well on their heals. But here we go. A new adventure in a new area. I got the cards out. The deck for since this is a starting zone from a Kickstarter, the deck is pretty big. So that's the size of it for their encounters. Now take this and multiply it by 5. That's the mines. That's how big the original Kickstarter was. And they're still adding to it. So, give me 1 second here. Boom. One of these days, I'm going to add that to the OBS so I can just click a button and boom. So, because I think I can actually have it look for messages and it's looking for keywords. And if it sees certain keywords like that's in that message, I can just be like, instant remove. But anyway, back to the adventure, which is I'm excited for because we have yet to go to this realm, and we still have several that we have not gone to. Like we still have the Northlands, the Spanish fort, and the Northlands and the Spanish fort. Like I've actually never gone to those yet. Forbidden Fortress, I have. There's actually two different starting tiles for it too. So this is like the base one. There's another one that's actually like nice and red and pretty. So let's begin. Everything's good. We get the cards. We just need to start playing. And we have the Forbidden Fortress starting card, which, of course, for the Forbidden Fortress, there's nothing, no special rules for this place. It's a starter zone, a real starter zone, just like the mines. So first, we'll start with Enrique. He's not quite at max grit. Let me put this somewhere better. He's not quite at max grit, so let's go ahead and roll for his grit. See what he gets. Gets a 3, so he doesn't really get anything. But he's gonna go ahead and move up his 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's gonna scavenge this room. And he scavenges something. He finds. Ooh, something shiny. And 10 XP. That is very important for him. He needs to level up. He needs to be better with his pistols. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll. And Mad Arts, one of these days, man, if you ever like want to sit down and draw up a character and join in, let me know. Because I can give you the link to the app for the dice roller. And at that point, I can just bring you into Discord and you can live chat with me while we're playing. So let's see. He rolled a 5. He gets to draw a gear card. So what Enrique finds is a splintered spear. Discard this item while equipped to add D6 damage to one of your critical hits. That's pretty sweet. I wonder. See, it's nice, but the problem is you have to equip it in order to use it. It's not worth much either. It shows that it's nothing really special, but what would be nice about that is that I would unequip. If I was using somebody, I can unequip. That'd be amazing, man. We would have to, for sure, talk about scheduling about that. Send me the link so I can get started on making one. Yeah, what we can do is that someday, some night, or someday, whenever, some night, we'll get some candles and, just talk to each other nice and smoothly. But, all romantical like. But what we could do is get on Discord and so the character sheets and everything are on the Discord. They're in, I think, you know what? Let me just pull it up here for a second. They are. Please don't tell me it needs to update. Okay. I think you're on my Discord. If you go to the Discord, there should be a section for Shadows of Brimstone and SOB character tools. And there should be a whole bunch of PDFs in there. So there should be the rule books, adventure books, and then there's, I think, character sheets. Is it character options? I'd have to take a look. But perfect. I have a friend to play us some violin. So there's files in there that kind of give you. I think one of them's the character sheet, and the other one is the basically the rundown, like a big PDF file. The problem is I left it up to Photoshop to organize the whole thing, which was a pretty big mistake. But I can kind of run you through it and be like, hey, if something calls you, let me know, and I'll tell you what the rules will, how they will benefit you, and how they'll be used in the game. But for the most part, really, it's just choosing a character. Oh, and then we have to. There are some things we have to randomize. I think, yeah, we have to give you a personal item for your character. That's another thing I want to do too. I was telling Hexa yesterday. I think it was yesterday, or was it Tuesday? I was telling Hexa that because Hexa wants to play, and I was telling him that I need to create a editable PDF of the character sheets so that you can all download it to your computer and just make the changes and click save as you go. I figured that might be easier than printing it all out and doing what I'm doing because I want to make my own personal character sheets too. So because as well as I do, after a while of erasing and writing and erasing and writing, I'm already seeing wear and tear on the character sheets. Although I do like having a physical copy of this stuff. So anyway, the splintered spear. I guess what I could do is that on a turn that I really want to deal some serious damage. Well, it has to be on a not a critical, on a combat hit. So I could potentially add more damage with that, but I don't know. I don't know about that. So that was Enrique's turn. We're gonna now go on to. Come on now. We're gonna go on to Montana. Montana's gonna roll for her grit 'cause I don't think she's at max yet. No, I don't think anybody is. She doesn't get it, but she's gonna go ahead and move up 1, 2, 3, 4. She's also going to scavenge this room. She doesn't quite find anything, but that's okay. From here on out, I might actually have Isamu go before Murphy. I need Isamu to level up and catch up with Murphy. Because Murphy's just, guy's a hoss. So, also, the nice thing about having Isamu go, not, well, if I have Isamu go last, he's guaranteed to check rooms. But I want everybody to scavenge and find things. But scavenging's also pretty bad sometimes. So you know what? I'll stick to my old plan of Murphy before Isamu. So we'll start with Murphy, and Murphy's gonna roll for his grit. I wish this thing would just stay on for me. Nope, does not get it. But he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because he's got a 5 movement. And he's going to scavenge that room. That was about to be a 6 too. So he finds nothing. Next is gonna be Isamu. Isamu's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 since he's got his boots. Boots of agility. It's really just boots. Yeah, what is it called? It's his personal item. Adventure boots. So he moves up his 5, and he's going to peek through that room. So what's he going to find? I feel like I'm missing something here. Ooh. So he peeks through that room, and this is the right one, right? Peeks through the room and finds the Demon Fire Room. Let me go find that. I'll be right back. That is part of the, which one? Forest of the Damned. The nice thing about this game's cards is they have a little marker at the bottom right hand side of the card that gives you which expansion pack it's part of. Because of course, a lot of this is like part of every expansion. Let me get rid of that. Part of every expansion, and so the mines is part of like 6 different, no, 5 or 6 different worlds. So when you see that icon, it gives me an idea of which one of these I should go through to find that instead of going through every freaking tile. I remember doing that before and it sucked. Yeah, wait till you see these tiles. I got to admit, when they released the Kickstarter for Forbidden Fortress, the tiles were a lot more vibrant, a lot more pretty. I mean, don't get me wrong, like some of the tiles from the base game looked great, but like seeing all the colors and stuff in the Forbidden Fortress, it's like, man, that's badass looking. It is this direction. And they just kind of mingle well together. So we're in a demon fire room. You know what? The encounters deck is small enough for this, so I'm going to see if I can actually find the specific advanced encounter for this. I mean, I could just ignore it. Oh, it is a. Hold on one second. It is an exploration room. Uh, Maybe why not? It adds a little bit of fluff to it. Let me see if I can find. Demon Mark is the name. Let me just put it in tab. It's hard to go through all this. It's such a big stack of cards. Looking for Demon Mark. I'm going to have to separate these out too because I kind of want to remove them from the deck so that this way it shows that I can pull them out when I pull out the tiles and I won't have a problem. So let me separate everything here. So that's the room that we found. And it's got a special encounter called Demon Mark. A massive demonic rune is seared into the wooden floor here, ablaze with a mystical fire. It will be difficult to cross without getting burned by the licking eldritch flames. Any hero ending their move on this tile takes one hit that does 2 wounds. When first revealed, everybody needs to make an agility 5 plus test. And I don't think they're graded agility, if I remember correctly. No. If successful, gain 15 XP as you avoid the worst of the flames. If failed, take D8 wounds and sanity damage, ignoring defense willpower. Divide as you see fit. So you take D8 damage and you divide it in any way you want. Yeah, they're not going to make these, and it remains in play. Oh God, we have to haul we have to haul ass across this room. Okay, so first let's go ahead and make those saves. Unfortunately, oh Murphy, oh poor Murphy. Okay, so first we'll do Enrique. He needs a 5 plus on 2d6. Enrique just waves off the flames. He's dealt with dynamite and explosives. He's just like, yeah, whatever. He's fire. That was a weird accent. But anyway, we're gonna go on to Montana. She also passes it. Not surprised. Murphy with his 1. Not surprised. And then Isamu with his 2. So everybody else was kind of average. Isamu does not pass. So the 2 tanks, of course, just make sense. They're like right at the doorway. So that doorway just explodes. Fire comes at them. And they kind of just took all the damage as everybody behind them just shrugged it off. So D8 damage to Murphy. 2. So that's not bad. And then to Isamu, and this is ignoring... Oh, wait. 2 damage, period. So we'll see what we can do with it. 2 and 2. So I'm just going to say they took 1 health and 1 sanity. So it did a little bit of scarring to them, mentally and physically. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, I'll do... Well, actually, it might be better if I give Isamu 2 wounds. And Murphy's fine with just those 2. So my guess is that, like I said, the flames came through the door, burned them a little bit, and then they saw that flaming demon face in the middle of the floor and freaked a bit. So now we have to make all these crazy tests when we go into that room. Begin to regret saying, hey, let's use the advanced card. If you want to see it, that's it right there. I might need to zoom in. So that's the end of everybody's activation. So we move on to the exploration. There is an exploration token. Let's go ahead and flip that bad boy. Oh, yeah, by the way, so I'm doing this one as a base mission. The next time I do an adventure, I'm going to go through the book and see if I can find anything else. Because this is the basic mission that gives you Darkstone when you finish. If you finish. There's other missions out there that are like finding somebody who's been abducted or whatever. And you can get permanent health, permanent sanity, like permanent grip bonus. There's all these things that you can get depending on the difficulty of the mission and what mission it is. Sometimes gear items, artifacts, sometimes just money. But there's been a couple missions where I've seen you roll a D6, get D3. You roll D3 health and you get it permanently. That's one hell of a bonus, in my opinion. So in this room, we get encounter and 1 doorway. So let's go ahead and roll for that doorway first. Come on. It's going to be at 5. So that would be located here. So that's now a doorway. And I'll close off those 2 entrances. There we go. There's 1 there. And 1 there. And then we have to do an encounter. So for the encounter, we get fallen bodies. The area is littered with the bloody and broken bodies of fallen samurai. As you step over the dead, a cold shiver runs down your spine. Everybody needs to make a luck 5 plus test. No. Luckily, we have some, no, except for Montana. Everybody has a decent luck. So if successful, you find, actually, didn't I say some people passed that last card? Yeah. I need to dish out some experience first. Give me 1 second. Or maybe a couple minutes. If I'm being realistic. Montana's now up to 205. Can't forget the XP. That is important. So make a luck 5 plus test. If successful, you find something of value among the dead bodies. Draw a loot card. If failed, place a corpse token in any space adjacent to you. Then, at the end of the turn, roll for corpse tokens rising up as though it were a fight. At the end of the turn, roll for corpse tokens rising up as though it was a fight. That's new to me. Maybe it's the zombie rules. Give me 1 second. Let me pop up the zombie card. Actually, I think they're called something undead. They had to make this difficult. Let me just get the monster manual. I'll be right back. So yeah, that's the monster manual. It's huge. Or the monster book. I've actually scanned all of these and put it in there, but I don't fully remember what they're called. Oh man. I knew this was gonna be probably a problem for the stream. There's corpse piles. I know there's a corpse token. Hungry Dead. That's what they're called. The Hungry Dead. It's weird. Nothing on the Hungry Dead card that describes coming back to life. Maybe there's a rule in the book. I might have to ignore this just to continue because this I don't understand where this is supposed to go. Oh, there we go. Corpse tokens. We got it. Oh, that means I'm gonna have to bring out the undead. First, let's read what the corpse token stuff does. So, corpse tokens rise up at the end of each turn during a fight, as long as there is at least one hero or enemy model on the same map tile as the corpse token, roll a d6. On a roll of 1, remove it. On a roll of 5 or 6, replace it with a dishonored dead. If you do not have a dishonored dead to place, instead remove the marker and move the darkness 1 space forward. So we do have those. Okay. All right. And we can do this. We just gotta get the hell out of this room. Luckily, the doorway is like right there. But it's probably gonna take us 2 turns to get there. Unless, no, it's gonna take us 2 turns to get out of there and stop those, if we have any corpses. So, let's go ahead and do this luck test. We'll start with Enrique. He's got a luck of 2. What did I need? 5 plus? So he's good. So he can draw a loot card. I'll do that in a second. We'll just go through everybody. Montana only has a luck of 1. She nails it. Um, Murphy actually has a luck of 4. And he has grit, so he can re-roll these if he needs to, and I'm gonna have to make him do it. Come on, Murphy. You had 4 rolls. Montana beat you, bro. That's more like it. And then Isamu has 3. And he destroyed that roll with 2 5s and a 6. No corpse tokens, so we're good on that. So now everybody gets to draw a loot card. Wait. So let's see what we get. This is for Enrique, so he gets a sack of gold. So he gets 20 XP. That brings him up to 265. He's halfway now to level 2. And he's getting 125 gold because of Murphy's bonus. So gonna be at 265. Right? Yeah, 265. You had to spend money to get rid of that I think he had a madness. Next we have Montana. She passed with flying colors, rolled a 6 on 1 die. Same thing. She's getting 100 gold and 20 XP. Actually, 125 gold and 20 XP. She's now 225 on her way to 3. And then 125 gold, so that brings it to 220, 320. So she's at 1,320 gold. Next up, we have Murphy. Did not do great, but he gets to double whatever he gets in gold and darkstone from loot and scavenge and encounter cards. So he gets 100 gold plus the 25 for his bonus, so 125 just like the other two with 20 XP. So same deal. That'd be 15, 315, and then another 100, so 415. So he's $1,415. He's doing really well. And then Isamu, a Darkstone and 30 XP. Sorry, we didn't have a place to sell our Darkstone last time. All right, so that's the end of the exploration turn because we had all these encounters, all these things happening in there. Now it's the end of the turn, so therefore we have to roll for darkness. So let's see if the lantern saves us or prevents the darkness from running out. We're good. And luckily we don't have that chest portal anymore. So rolls on 11 and 12 are not a big deal anymore. So yeah, we got a 10. We're good to go. Next turn. Now the problem here is that we do have that card. So every time we get rid of that, every time we move, hold on, when we end their movement on this map tile. Okay. So we do need to haul ass over there. I need to see. Everybody has a grit right now, so I might actually just spend those grits to get them out of this room. Unfortunately, one person's gonna end up getting stuck in here. So we'll start with Enrique. So Enrique's gonna roll for his grit first. Does not get it. I'm gonna make him spend his grit to make him an 8 movement because he needs to really haul ass over there. 1, 2, 3. Well, he can't do that. Hold on. 1, 2. Actually, is that a space? How many? No, it wouldn't be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'll have him move here and look through that room after spending a grit because I don't want them to spend 2 turns losing health. So he peers through the door and he finds a dojo that is in the Forbidden Fortress base game. So I'll go get that. Very easy to find. And it's coming out which direction? Like so. Yeah, these tiles are gorgeous. I'll just go ahead and do this. And I'll just turn the light on over here so that I can read cards and stuff. I want you all to see how pretty the tiles are. With the reflection of the light up there, and I knew it was going to be kind of a problem, but this will do. So for now, this room has this problem. And Enrique went in there, peeked through the room. It happens to be a full-blown room. Something I should have been doing. I don't remember if I shuffled these or not. But now we have an exploration token in there. And next up is going to be Montana. She's going to roll for her grit. Does not find any. And I'm going to make her. I'm going to have her spend one grit as well to move. So she's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I want her out of that room. I don't like her being like, ugh. See, what I don't like about this is that I don't want anybody in here because I want them taking damage. But I don't like this formation because it's like, I'd rather have these two here and then these two here so that less monsters can gather around them. But, oof. So she ended her movement there. She's going to go ahead and scavenge that very room. 2 5s, finds nothing. Next is going to be Murphy. He has 5 movement. Oof. I'm going to have to spend grit. I need them to get in front of Montana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So I'm going to have I'm going to have to spend a grit. Sorry, Murph. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then he's going to also scavenge that room. He finds 1 scavenge. I'm beginning to wonder if he's actually... Every time I have him scavenge, bad things happen. Okay, so he gets 10 XP. And he finds a gear card. Ooh. So, scavenging around, he finds a cavalry saber. So, the special rules for this is a one-hander. You may make a melee attack as well as a ranged attack during your activation. If you do, neither of these attacks may get critical hits. That's pretty sweet. Except for the fact that you can't get criticals. So that means that you can actually attack somebody in, adjacent to you and at the same time shoot somebody far away. It's worth some serious money too. I just don't think I have anybody on the team that would use it because, of course, Murphy can't use guns. Um, I don't think Isamu can either. Well, it doesn't say you can't. Well, either way, decent, worth some money. Next is Isamu. I'm gonna roll his grit. It's a 4, so he doesn't get anything, but he's gonna move up. I'm also gonna spend his last grit, and he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as well. And he's also going to scavenge that room, which he finds something. Damn. So, oh, that sucks. So he finds Chilling Dread. He finds a Growing Dread card. What you find in the shadows only confirms the doom that awaits you all. Yeesh. So go ahead and add 1 to the stack. That sucks. Just like the last session, we were building that deck up. And once we got to the end, I was like, "There's 5 cards in here. We're not going to survive this." It's like, in my opinion, anything over 3 cards, the final boss fight is going to be harsh. I forgot. Enrique needed to take D2 wounds. Hold on. Takes a hit. So he needs to roll and see if he takes a hit. I never did that. He needs to make a defensive 4+ against the flames in the room. Doesn't make it, so he takes 2 wounds. He's doing good. So it's now the end of their activations. So therefore, we have to go into exploration phase. And what we find is we draw another Growing Dread card and add it to the stack. We get an encounter, and we did find a clue token. We need 2 more. The encounter in this room will be, please, not another horrible, horrible thing. The Shogun's Order. All those that do not bend their will to the fallen shogun of the Takobaki clan are subject to dishonorable execution, to have their body torn apart and their soul damned to eternal torment. So everybody needs to make a lore 5+ test. So here we go again. If successful, gain 20 XP, and you may heal. We have no grit for this. If successful, gain 20 XP, and you may heal D6 health, sanity, any mix as you stand firm against the will of the fallen shogun. If failed, take a number of corruption hits equal to your current hero level. Ooh, that could be bad for some people. Montana might get some mutant boobies. Sorry, I said that. But it happens in this game. She could get a Quado. I got it one time. It was hilarious. Like, you actually had like another set of hands. So we get the Shogun orders. Everybody has to make a lore 5+ test. Luckily, everybody's pretty damn good at lore. So we'll start with Enrique. I mean, I can accept corruption. Nice thing about corruption is like mutations can be pretty badass. He does not get it, and I have no grit to give him, so he's going to take. If failed, take a number of corruption hits equal to your current hero level. He's only still level 1, so he gets 1 corruption. Next is Montana. She's actually got a 4 lore. She gets it. So she gets 20 XP, and she gets to heal back D6 health sanity of any mix. So she's going to get back 3. So she's back up to full. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong card. She had no damage to begin with. She really did need to make this roll, though. But she gets 20 XP. Next is Murphy with his 3. He gets it, so he gets 20 XP. Again, he's almost halfway to his next level. And he's got to roll to see how much he gets back. 3, so he's back up to full strength. That's awesome. And then finally, we got Isamu with his 3. He gets it. So he gets 20 XP. And he's going to get back 3. So again, he's back at full health. Party's doing pretty good with all things considering, with all things considered. So that was the encounter. We did the darkness, the encounter. The other doorway is a doorway, since it's the only doorway there. And we move on. Matter of fact, we've actually gone down twice on the posse marker. There we go. Hold back the darkness at 7+. Murphy raises up his lantern and saves the day. So back to the beginning of the turn, we have Enrique. He's not going to be ending his turn there, so he's going to roll for his grit first. Does not get it, but he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. Did we did scavenge this room, didn't we? Twice over. Need to start using these more. So this room's already been scavenged twice, if I remember correctly. And I'll keep these here to show how many tokens we've got. All right, so he moved in. The room's already been explored twice, so it's hit its max. Next is going to be. Can he do anything else? No, we can't really do anything. Next is going to be Montana. She's also going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and she's going to roll for her grit. She does not get it. Can't do anything in the room. It's already been fully scavenged. So we'll move on to Murphy. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now he actually gets the bonus from his prospector class where he gets to actually scavenge room more than the maximum value. Once more than the maximum value. So he's going to scavenge. Finds nothing. Then we'll go up to Isamu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I gotta roll their grit. I keep forgetting to do that. He doesn't get it. And he's gonna peek through that room. And what he finds is a cross passage that is part of the Forest of the Damned expansion. It really doesn't matter which way it goes. I mean, I kind of want to show a lot of this map as it builds up. As you've noticed, the map tiles for this Kickstarter tend to be pretty big. So we go down once more in the posse, on the posse track. And this is what it's looking like so far for this dungeon. If there's a better way for me to display it. Hold on 1 second. No. That works. So, I guess it kind of works. So anyway, we don't find a room, we find a passageway, or the team finds a passageway, and that's the end of that turn. So we're going to go ahead and roll back the dirtness. And we need to make, still need to make a 7+. Oops. That's 4 and a 3, so we got it. Murphy and his lantern is helping. Is working really well. So, again, beginning of the turn, we have Enrique. He's going to roll for his grit. People need to start making their grits. Need them bad. He doesn't get it, but he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to explore that room. Doesn't find anything. Next is going to be Montana. We're going to have her roll for grit first. Again, finds nothing, but she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. Thinking we're going to go this direction. And she's going to roll for grit as well. Did I do it already? I don't think so. I think I just rolled her grit. She doesn't find anything. Next is Murphy. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to also do a scavenge. Actually, I should roll his grit first. Doesn't get it. But he gets 3d6 on his scavenge. He finds 1 item. So he finds 25 gold, but it's 50 because of his double find bonus, and then he gets another 25 for his class bonus. So he's at 75 gold and 10 XP. So 75 gold. And 10 XP. Cannot wait for these guys to reach level 3. Actually, level 5 would be awesome. And then finally we have Isamu. He's gonna roll for his grit. Doesn't get it, but he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, and peek through that doorway, which he finds the bathhouse. Ooh. Ugh. There's an advance card to it, and I'm gonna have to do it because it's fun and it's hilarious. It sucks, but it's hilarious and fun. So I'm gonna grab the bathhouse tile, which is located in Forbidden Fortress. There we go. So we get the bathhouse tile, and we'll just kind of shuffle this way. This place is getting huge. Murphy, get out of the way. There we go. So Murphy's there. Samu's there. That's what we're seeing right now. If we do get into battle, I'm probably gonna have to get rid of these tiles so I can shift it over. Unless let me see if I can do something here. Maybe I can shuffle this direction. Move it this direction a little bit. Close. I guess that works. So I have the hunch we're gonna fight something in here. So there's an exploration token. This belongs to that tile. Keep these over here. Alrighty. So let's do the encounter first. The advanced card for Blackwater. Again, I have to go through all these cards to find it, and I'm gonna separate them. Which reminds me, I have it over here somewhere. It's the demon mark. That's right. I gotta keep those separated. Gotta keep them separated. What's the name of the card again? Blackwater. Yeah, in order to get this to work properly, I would have to separate them. What I should do is actually scan all these, put them inside the stream so that I can just call them when they're needed. That would be pretty awesome. Blackwater. Oh, just kind of do this and that. So Blackwater. A basin of black water sits on the far side of the room. The surface of the dark water is still, but for the occasional bubbles rising from below, leaving. Hold on, did I read that right? But for the occasional bubbles rising from below. Okay. Leaning in close, you peer into the opaque liquid, trying to see into its depths. Yes, there's something down there, something reflective. So I get to choose reach into the water or do not disturb the water. If I do not disturb the water, draw a growing dread card. Now I could choose to look into the water, and it would be a 5+ test for a character of my choosing. To which I've got good old Murphy with his 4 look. It's funny he's got a 4 luck, yet he seems to have the worst luck on this team. When it comes to drawing cards and scavenging. So I'm gonna have him reach into that water. Oh, does he have grit? He does not have grit. I cannot re-roll this. So if successful, draw a loot card pulled from the water. If failed, something in the water grabs your arm. Roll d6 as you struggle. On a roll of 6, you break free. Otherwise, take 1 sanity damage, ignoring willpower, and roll again. Keep rolling until you break free or KO'd. Oh my freaking lords. There is a Kitsune class. Yes, there is, bro. And I haven't really checked it out yet, but well, I don't remember. I'd have to look back at it because it's been a long time. I remember when I first got that Kickstarter, I was going through all those books, like, oh my god, look at all this stuff. They had so many classes. The sumo class is awesome. My favorite in that whole Kickstarter was the daimyo though. The daimyo was the shit. But this card sucks. It's funny though. So Murphy just sees something shiny. He's like, let me go on in there. And all he needs is a 5+. Come on, Murph. And he gets it. So, if successful, draw a loot card you pulled from the water. And that could have gone real south. Let's see what Murph finds. Nice. So he finds, first off, he finds 30 XP. Uh, there he is. Man, he is just, dude's a leveling machine. And for his ability, he's actually finding 2 Darkstone. We do have the Darkstone crate. Let me see how much we have. 3, 4, 5. Do we have 3? Hold on. We got 5, 9, 10. So we are 2 over on our Darkstone crate. Darkstone crates can hold up to 8 Darkstone, and you don't have to take corruption hits at the end of the adventure. But we're 2 over right now. So that means we need to sell them in town next time, if we can find a place to do that. So that's the Blackwater room. We'll just leave that there. And let's go ahead and it's the end of the turn. We now flip the exploration token. I knew it. So both of these are doorways. But we do find a clue token, but it's also an attack token. So now we have to flip a card. We're still fighting low-level monsters, but they get an elite ability. So let's see what we're fighting. We're not in another world, so we just throw up a low-threat card. Ooh! Peril Dice Scourge Dead. That's fitting. So let's see how many of them we fight. We fight 4 of them. Let me go find them. I'll be right back. Actually, let me pull up their card first. Of course, they're initiative 3. Well, when is there an enemy that's actually lower than 3 initiative or 4 initiative? They have 0. They barely have health, but they are going to be getting an elite ability, which we need to roll on. So give me 1 second and see what we gain, or what they gain for an elite ability. They get a 6. That's probably bad. +2 combat. Oh wow. So they're now a combat 5. So there's 4 of them at combat 5. They can down somebody pretty quick. Luckily, my team's been leveling up and they have some decent health. It's about to get crazy up in here. I wonder if these are the guys that started the fire in the other room. Hmm. So Scourge dead. Missing models. Two characters. I swear to God, they're in here. Okay, unfortunately, I have no idea where those models are, so I'm gonna have to. That sucks. I know I have them. I just don't know where I put them. That's not them for sure. So I'm just gonna go ahead and use these guys for now, till I figure out where they are. We're fighting 4 of them. I don't look too dangerous. 1, 2, 3, and 4th. We're like facing like this. Uh, yeah, we'll have to get rid of these tiles here. So this way we can actually get everything into perspective. There we go. Well, that's a shame. I gotta find those models. I know I have them. I just don't remember where I put them. Or they could be models I have yet to put together. But I'm pretty sure these are from the second Kickstarter, which means I would have put them together. Sure hope I didn't lose them. All right, so continuing. We're now in battle. Okay, when I tested this battle music out earlier, it was a little different than this. You know what? I'll roll with it though. So, yeah, I like it. So, flipped it over. We have an attack. We have a clue token. So we now have 2 clue tokens. We need 1 more to finish this mission. So it's the end of the turn. We don't need that card anymore. But it is the end of the turn. So we have to do a... Oh, we did find another room. So we have to do a 7+ test. Let me know if the music's too loud. I don't think y'all are hearing it, actually. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I don't think Sirenscape is set up right now. Give me a second to fix that. definitely better. I was wondering if the sound was coming in or not. Go ahead and still lower it. Just increase my volume a bit here. There we go. How is it now? Is it still too loud? I did lower it quite a bit. And on my audio feed, it's showing it's, I'd say about a third lower than me. If it is, I'll just drop it again. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Mad Arts. I can't wait for you to jump in on this, man. I think you're gonna have a lot of fun playing this, especially if we put you on Discord. My plan is I'm gonna have this feed run live to Discord so you can see it live, because you know there's that delay on Twitch, and I'll just have it sending a signal to Twitch for our broadcast. I'll just have our Discord sound running through. I think I already have it all set up. I just haven't really. Yeah, I do have it set up. I just haven't tested. Okay, so they have Sacred Dead, so they get +2. Savage Dead, so they get +2 combat on their rolls. Let's see what their abilities are. Oh, they do have Fear. A hero starting their activation adjacent automatically takes 2 horror hits. It's kind of expected. I mean, it's an undead on fire. And you don't want to be caught on fire. When the enemy group enters play, draw a Vile Plague card. Ooh, there is none already in play. So we need a Vile Plague card. Is there anything else I need to add? Rise from the graves. When killed, place a corpse token in the space. All corpse tokens generate Scourge Dead instead of Dishonored Dead. So they just keep coming back. They're like red skeletons from Castlevania. Burning Strike. Anytime a hero takes 1 or more wounds from Scourge Dead combat hits, they also gain a burning marker. Ooh. I'm going to use the bleeding markers for now. Again, Vile Plague. There's a whole bunch of them. Excuse me. So when the enemy group enters play, draw a Vile Plague card. Let's see what these dudes do. Oh. I may need to recart these guys. Or re-sleeve these guys. They don't match. So we'll just draw this one. Withering Madness. Your mind reels as images of rotting death and carnage flood your senses. It's all too much. When drawn, every hero with at least one undead model or corpse token on the same or adjacent map tile must immediately roll once on the Madness table using D6 plus 3 instead of the normal 2d6. Any allies affected instead take D8 sanity damage, ignoring willpower. Discard this card and remove any madness generated by it if no undead or corpse tokens on the board. So I'm guessing that the madness is happening during the fight, and that's pretty much it. Sorry, man, but I have to go pick up my mother from work and drop her off home. I'll leave the stream up, though. Thanks, Matt Arts. Thank you. I appreciate you coming by, bro. You know, best travels, bro, for you picking up your mother and all. So, thanks for the alert, and I'll catch you later. And we'll talk about character creation and everything. I'm trying to get a sense of this card. When drawn, every hero. Yo, man, what's going on today? Emil Spires, how's it going, bro? Hope your evening went well last night. Just kind of picking up from yesterday. The party went to another world. We went to a town. I think you were there for that. And then I ended yesterday basically at the end of the town stay, and now we're kind of adventuring through the Forbidden Fortress part of the game. Everything's been pretty good up until now. I've got these new rules for these. I'm missing the models for them, but they're probably in there somewhere. I'm probably just blind. But I'm trying to understand the rules for these guys because they get a plague. It did. Date went well. We in combat right now? Yeah, just started it. I haven't done. I gotta do the hold back the darkness. Give me 1 second. Better do that before I forget. We passed. And right now I'm trying to understand them. They don't get to go first because nope, not Montana. Enrique goes first. He's got a 4 initiative. These guys have a 3. I don't think they're an ambush. No, so we're good on that. I knocked her over. Where did I have her? Right here. I'm just trying to understand them. These monsters brought a vile plague with them, and I'm trying to understand how this works. Every hero with at least 1 undead corpse token. So basically, these two characters are sharing the same map tile as these, so they're going to be affected by this card. Oh, on same or adjacent map tile, so everybody's being affected by it. Must immediately roll once on the madness table using D6 plus 3. So I'm guessing that these guys are just causing serious madness to all the players until the combat's over. Discard this card and remove any madness generated by it if no undead tokens are on this board. Okay, so they could potentially keep this. I can't believe I actually have to roll a madness on everybody. That's insane. So let me pull up the madness chart. What was it? 3d6 plus d6 plus 3. That's awful. Okay, so I guess we're gonna start with this. Could go poorly, but I think it'll kick ass. The team, like, there's only 4 of them, and they have like virtually no health. They do get a lot of combat though, because they have an elite ability of 6. So they're getting +2 combat, so they're not at 5 combat with 2 damage each. The thing is, though, is if I can get my guys in there and take them down, they're not going to be a big problem. But the only beef that I do have is that they have the ability to regenerate. So I have to roll, where is it? They leave a corpse token when they're dead. So they're like red skeletons from Castlevania. So I can take them down, but I still have to roll. Let's see. At the end of each turn during a fight, so at the end of the fight, I have to roll on each corpse token and see if it comes back or gets removed. On a 1, they get removed. On a 5 or 6, they come back to life. So these guys could be a little more trouble than what they seem. Let's go ahead and roll on those madness. So first is going to be Enrique. So it's 1d6 plus 3. He rolled the highest, so a 9. He's getting hallucinations. Anytime you would draw a loot card, roll a d6. On the roll of 1, you instead take 1 sanity damage, ignoring willpower. Oh boy. I'm just gonna write down Madness 9. Because it could go away. Next will be Montana. She rolls a 6. Paranoia. Anytime you would scavenge or explore a doorway, you must first roll d6. So she gets Madness. A lot of these really aren't going to affect the combat so far. 6. And then we'll do Murphy. He rolled a 8. He gets the chills. So when scavenging, ignore the first 6 you roll and scavenge. Yeah, these really aren't going to affect them in combat. It's kind of weird. And then finally, Samu. You get the same thing. So, the good thing about these is that they're not going to affect the combat. What happens if you do happen to party wipe, whole new party? So, you don't really die, you become incapacitated. If there's a party wipe, you basically just fail the mission, and you all have to make rolls on the madness, or injury, or mutation chart that actually took you down. So, if somebody went mad and fell over, let's say he fell over for insanity, she fell over for health, he went down for health, and he went down for insanity. These two would have to roll on the madness table. These two would have to roll on the injury table. They get their health back, they get their grit, 1 grit back, and that's the end of the adventure. We failed. We now have to start the travel stage. We have to roll with the failure conditions of the mission. So you don't really die, but the more injuries you build, the more mutations and madness you build, the higher chance you have of actually dying. So the only way to die in this game is really, it is actually getting a little bit flat. Give me 1 second. This printer. So the only actual real way to die in this game is whenever you roll on any of the injury, madness, or mutations chart, and you roll a madness, injury, or mutation that you already have. So, for example, I chose to keep the tentacle mustache for Murphy. If I ever get another one of those, Murphy died. You can't have 2 of the same injury, mutation, or madness, otherwise you die. But you can bring them back. You have to find a church, and or there's like certain areas that you can actually go to that will just res a character. I don't think you can do it at a campsite. Actually, you might be able to do it at a campsite. I just think the chances of it happening are much smaller. But, I mean, it's happened to me several times when the party went down. Like, I used to just play with 2 characters. There was a time where I played with 1. And I played as the Drifter, and the Drifter is probably the most dangerous character in this game. Amazing character. Best character in the game, or class in the game, in my opinion. Very well-rounded. But, straight out of the box, not only does it take double the experience to level up a Drifter, so instead of 500 to get to level 2, you need 1,000, and instead of 1,000 to go to level 3, you need 2,000. You actually double the experience per level. Not only that, just having a Drifter in the party, for every Drifter you put in the posse, the monsters get an elite ability. That's how strong a drifter is in the game. Oh, and they never die. Drifters don't die, period. There's no... In the rules, it says if they are actually killed, they actually come back at the beginning of the next adventure, full health, full grit, ready to go. But they do have to roll. If I remember correctly, they removed that ability, but they still roll on the madness chart or whatever it was that took them down in the first place. No, actually, no, they just come back. That's right. So, anyway, this card really it isn't really. I guess it could have been worse. We actually rolled pretty good on those madnesses. So, if I remember correctly, damn, they do sound busted. Yeah, very much so. So discard this card and remove any madness generated by it if no undead or corpse tokens on the board. I'm trying to make sense of that. When killed, place a corpse token on the space. All corpse tokens generate Scourge dead. Rising up at the end of each turn during a fight, as long as there is at least one hero or enemy model on the same map tile. So we have to kill these guys and try to get off the map tile as soon as possible for the combat to end. Wow. Because they just keep coming back to life at the end of the turn. These guys are kind of broken. So as long as I get everybody off the map tile... So best thing to do would be to kind of kite them, I guess, and just keep shooting at them and taking them down, because they don't have much health. And as long as we're on another map tile, they're gone. They're done. This is rough. Well, it's the beginning of the turn. The first person who gets to go, if I remember correctly, is... That's right, Enrique. Enrique happens to have dynamite. And he's really, really, really... Well, he's really bad at range. But... Yeah, he's really bad at range. Let's go and see if he gets his grip back at least. So if I can get his grip back, I might be half tempted. He does. I might be half tempted to throw a stick of dynamite at these guys, because I can land one right here and wipe those three out, and I can probably have Montana move up, pop some shots into him, and hopefully take him down. So I'll do that. 1, 2, 3. Where'd you get the map, by the way? Because it looks so good. So, these map tiles came with the game. So, there are multiple core boxes for Shadows of Brimstone. And each and every single... Let me get these here. Every core set comes with, of course, the starting location. But yeah, these all come with the core sets. These are for the second Kickstarter, which was the Feudal Japan set. So one side here is for the Forbidden Fortress core set, and then the other side for this one, this is the Forest of the Dead. That's actually where we went to last night before the end of the stream, and we found that big group of Dark Acolytes and decided to get the hell out of here. But yeah, all these tiles are for the base game. Well, it's not base game, but all these tiles come with every expansion, every core set, and they're constantly adding more. I'm actually expecting more content to come in here soon, too. As a matter of fact, I have, like, a big box full of stuff in the back there that I have yet to add to this game. More monsters, more cards, more rules, or swarm rules now. So, Undead actually have a swarm rule. They already kind of did with their corpse piles, but before they had corpse piles, very first monster I fought was the Undead. And my buddy Tom and I played against them, and it was probably the most horrifying experience, because no matter how many times... Like, first off, we're level 1, and it's taking 2 characters to take down 1 model. And we take them down, and at the end of the turn, it's roll on the corpse pile, see if anything spawns. One spawns here, one spawns here, one spawns here. It's like, for every one we killed, 2 more or 3 more spawn. It was... I mean, we managed to do it because I think we used our dynamite correctly. We figured out right then and there, dynamite's very important in this game, because it ignores defense rules. So he's gonna move up and he's gonna huck his dynamite. If I remember correctly, let me grab the dynamite rules. I could have sworn I kept them with me. Yeah, there they are. And the shootout rules. I should keep all the rules together. I'd love to make my own. It does sound problematic. I'd love to make my own 3D physical maps or miniatures like that because it's so cool. No, I agree. When I used to play tabletop, Warhammer 40k, and what was it? War Machine Hordes. Specifically, when Fantasy Flight released the Star Wars tabletop game, I was non-stop building like tabletop pieces. I loved doing that. It just added so much. I just loved building the atmosphere to the table. I remember even buying Games Workshop's modular table. That thing was pretty cool, but there was just something about actually just building your own stuff. So he's going to roll and see if he can get the dynamite over there first off. And the rules for dynamite, he's got plenty of strength. He should be able to reach them. So it's strength plus 3. So he's got 7 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. So I'm going to have him used to play Warhammer. Nice. Any particular faction? Yeah, I tried getting into fantasy. And I remember my dad, a long time ago, bought a core set for Lizardmen and, I don't remember the name of the human faction, but I had the Lizardmen. Wasn't really into it. I just liked the idea of painting the models. I was very young at the time, so learning rules and stuff wasn't for me. I was all about playing video games. I got older, a whole group of friends got into 40k, and I jumped into it. And we first jumped into 40k, and I played as the Sisters of Battle, 3rd edition Inquisition. I played as the Sisters of Battle, and then I built that force up a little bit. It was cool, I enjoyed it, but then I switched over to Demons, 4th edition Demons. And then after building that army, I had like 4,500 points worth of Demons. I had like everything, a little bit of everything from every god. And then I jumped into Chaos Space Marines, because I was like, hey, I can take my 4,500 points of Demons and bring it into my Chaos Space Marines army, which again, I think I had about 3,500 to 4,000 points in there. I was mostly into the painting, but I did enjoy the combat in that game. I hated War Machine Hordes because I hated the idea of memorizing. There were so many rules per model, and I just don't have the mental capacity for memorizing that stuff. 40k for me was so easy. It was like, all right, let's make the hit rolls, the armor rolls, and then of course the what's it called, the invulnerable rolls or whatever it was. But I just felt like Warhammer was a little bit faster for me to play than War Machine Hordes, and I just love seeing those big armies of models. I just don't have the patience to be painting 40 to 60 of the same model anymore. So I'm gonna have Enrique throw dynamite right here. And he needs to roll a 5+. How about yourself, Humble Spars? What factions did you play? Sound like as if you played. Managed to get the hit, by the way. So dynamite is hitting that spot, and it's going to be affecting these 3 models. I'm beginning to think I should have had somebody else do this, because I could have used his pistols. Oh, he's too far away. So we'll go ahead and do the damage. And they're taking, ignoring their defense, just don't roll a 1. Okay, so the dynamite did just enough to, because it's ignoring defense, it did just enough to take all 3 of those guys down. Boom! That dynamite blows up, takes these models down. I'm just going to lay them on their side for now. I don't want to go looking for... Do I have them in here? I just don't want to go searching for corpse tokens, because I have... Biggest problem with Shadows of Brimstone is there are so many tokens. If you watch somebody streaming it, you'll see them with this... I had multiples of these fishing tackle boxes filled up with different types of tokens. And then eventually I just put them all in bags and put them away because I was like, I'm just going to proxy tokens because this is a pain in the ass. Alpha Legion, man. That's right. I think you were telling me about that before. Those Space Wolves and Dark Angels as well. Always wanted to play as the Dark Angels. I had a friend who was a big fan of the Space Wolves, but he went to the Black... Oh, come on, Tony. Black Templar. He was a huge fan of Black Templar. I really wanted to do the Dark Angels, but after reading some of the fluff, I was like, I want to be the Imperial Fist. I wanted that yellow armor with that white logo. I was like, man, that's... And was it Rogel Dorn? I was like, I was in love with that faction after that. Then, of course, Space Marine and Space Marine 2 came out, and I was like, oh, you know, maybe Ultramarines might be kind of cool. Until, again, you read the lore and find out that Gilliman has kind of let his father down. So those guys are down, and Enrique is getting 60 XP for that. Good for him. He needs to level up. He's at 325. He's well over halfway to level 2. That was a really good round. Now, here's hoping I can get a grit back for Montana, because she could use it. She's going to be making 2 shots, and she does! Yes! Awesome. So, Montana is going to move on up. Can she actually hit them? I had a ruler for this, and I put it away. That sucks. Well, from the look of it, yeah, she can hit him. There's no obstructions from that point to this point, so we're good. So, she got her grip back. She's going to pop 2 rifle shots into that guy. If this works out, all I need to do is take these 2 and move them back. Nobody's on that tile. Crap, I need to reread that. Hold on. Oh, right, we need to make fierce hits as well. God, there's a lot. Can you destroy the corpse tokens? These guys really don't make much sense. So how do you get out of combat? Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's the plan. I do have to get them off that tile. As long as there's no enemies alive or heroes on this tile, that's the end of the combat. They are removed. So, or the corpse tokens are removed. So let's go ahead and... Is Space Marine 2 worth it? It's on sale right now. So I bought it when it was like when it was on sale. I picked it up. The problem was that at the time, my problem with the game was that it was overhyped. Like, people were just constantly playing it. There's YouTube videos all over the place of the game. When games are overhyped, as much as I want to play, because I loved the first one, especially the multiplayer. The multiplayer was amazing. It turns me off. The sad truth was, like I said, overhyped turns me off. But what I got from it, I think I played like about 2 hours worth into the game, and I was loving every second of it. Because it's Warhammer, and like, there's nothing quite as cool as hearing like the war cries of your brothers as you're going into battle, and then the Tyranids, popping Tyranids and stuff. Oh, I just love the Warhammer 40k universe. It is just so cool, and I want to go back and play it, but I'm like, my problem is that my focus, ever since I started working on the stream at the beginning of the year, my focus has been on this. Playing video games is kind of like, if I have a group who wants to play something like, I don't know, Gone Fishing or Repo or something, I'll jump in with them. But playing a single-player game now is really hard for me to do. My biggest problem is I look at it and I'm like, that's 20 hours of gameplay. Do I have time for that? I don't. It's been a long time since I've beaten a single-player game. But from what I've seen of it, and even the little bit that I played into it, if you love Warhammer, I would highly recommend it. That sucks, dude, but I get it. Yeah. Well, it's just, I think it all started, like, my attention span's just not great. But, like, I think that all started a long time ago when I'm multitasking too much and I can't stay on one thing. I just can't physically do that. So, Montana got her grip back. She's going to pop 2 shots into this guy right here. Let me get her card out. There we go. So she's going to be shooting at 2 damage. So they only have 4 defense. She's getting 2 shots. So let's see what she gets for her 2 shots. Those are 2 hits. 2 hits with, we'll just say 2 defense because she's getting +2 damage on both attacks. So let's go ahead and just roll those and see if we take them down. So 2 shots, 2 hits on him. I'm going to have to re-roll those. Or actually, I can only re-roll one of them. Actually, do I have an ability to do that? Hold on 1 second. I cannot believe I rolled a 2 and a 1 out of everything I could have rolled. So I'm going to go ahead and re-roll 1, of course. Wow. That sucks. That doesn't kill him. He still has 1 health left. Any way I can take care of this. Wow, she did not come through on this fight. Goddamn, luck is not on her side. No, it is an Emil Spires. Like, she has the ability to wreck some of these guys. And what does she have for her personal item? No. Oh! She's got Iron Concentration. Once per turn, reroll 1 damage roll. So, I used the grit to reroll 1 of those damage dice. I'm going to use her special ability, Iron Concentration. Once per turn, because she turned level 2, this is what I picked up with. Reroll 1 damage roll with gun. So, as long as we get a 3+, he's dead. This game, man. Or my rolling, actually. My rolling. He's dead, but that was a close one. So she popped him off. All she needed was 2 damage. Oh, God. I was like, this is ridiculous. He has to be dead. She gets 20 points of experience. Oh, wait, no. 25, because they have the elite ability. So she's now at 70. And I need to give 10 experience to Enrique, because I forgot about the +5. Hell yeah, let's go! So these 2 who went are not on the tile, on the same tile as them. So now it's Murphy. I'm going to have him roll for his grit, and I'm just going to have him move back. As long as I get them off the tile at the end of the turn, these are gone, and therefore end of the combat. Does not get his grit, but he's going to move back. 2 spaces. And we'll do the same thing for his Samu. No grit, but he moves back. Nobody's on the tile, and the general rule for, is it this one? Yep, at the end of the turn, at the end of each turn during a fight, as long as there are at least one hero or enemy model on the same tile as the corpse token, roll a d6. There's no enemies alive. There's no heroes on that tile. They're dead. Those corpse tokens are gone. And that was, you know, no health and all, but you got to be really strategic with these guys. So we took them down. We changed the music here, or the atmosphere. We'll turn these guys on again. And victory. We did the experience. Now we get to do the loot. Let me go put away the monster card. There we go. And let's do the loot. The madness. Actually, let me reread those. Discard this this card and remove any madness generated by it if the undead or corpse tokens on the boat. There are no. Okay, so would that happen before or after the madness? That all happens at the same time. That's kind of weird. My guess is that I bet you this happens and then you draw the loot. So that would mean that Murphy would still have to roll. Murphy and Isamu would both have to roll if they get the loot or not. Right? Let me make sure which one they got. Is it Paranoia? It's not Paranoia. It's not the Chills. It's the Hallucinations, which happens to be Enrique. So everybody else, the madness never really affected them. It was all. So the madness stuff, all it seems to be doing is affecting scavenging and looting. Yeah, I need to make digital cards. So I can remove, delete things and make this easy for myself. But Enrique has to roll a d6 on his loot. On a 1, he takes 1 sanity damage, ignoring willpower, and he does not get a loot. I think it's good to have enemies like that force players to be more mindful. Not for real, because it's like in the core games, it was like they were just kind of basic. So they would just show up, and it was like, oh, okay, they do extra damage or the extra combat. They do. Oh, I need to do those horror hits, by the way, on everybody. So those 2 were dead, but those 3 were dead. But all 4 of them were alive when Enrique went. So he needs to make. Let me get that card back. He needs to make 2 horror hits. So he needs to take 8. 8 rolls at 5+. Oh, he did really good. So he only took 3 sanity. Then those guys were down, so there was only 1 monster left. And that was Montana's turn, so she makes 2d6 horror hits. She takes 2 sanity damage, and then that guy was down, so these guys were actually okay. Because Montana shot the last guy dead. Barely. But yeah, like, when I first played this game, all the monsters were kind of basic on their rules. You know, you were too close to them, they did horror checks, they had extra combat based on what class you were. Then the darkness cards really just kind of made them more interesting by saying, hey, outlaw characters are now +2 damage on their attacks, or their first turn is now an ambush. If they've already got an ambush, they get this bonus. I don't need this anymore. But once they came out with this Kickstarter, which is the Forbidden Fortress, they added a whole mess of rules that definitely made it like you actually had to sit down and think, how does that work in combat? And then the more you start looking at it, you're like, okay, well, I guess I have to, as you were saying, you have to now strategize. How are we going to take these guys down, considering they keep coming back to life? And the rules state that they just every turn keep coming back to life, but that's another beauty about this game, that they have all these cards, and all these cards actually have rules on them. So, and even some of the basic stuff like the corpse token rule and stuff, I have a log book with all the base rules in it. So that's why I keep thumbing through that thing. So now, yeah, so we're gonna do the loot, and first things first, we're gonna go ahead and roll for Enrique. He needs to roll a d6. If he rolls a 1, then he doesn't get a loot item. Because he freaked out. So he's good. So everybody gets a loot. Get ahead off, my man. Should make the next stream, no problem. Shall see you then. Hope the game goes well. Hey, Emelspire, thank you so much for coming out, bro. As always, it's awesome to have you here. I'm glad you had a great time last night. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Next time, I think will be Saturday. I'll probably have the stream on Saturday. I'll make it a longer one. But yeah, so I'll probably see you Saturday. Have a good one, bro. Take care. So, alright, so Enrique's good on his loot, so we're going to go ahead and roll loot for everybody. So Enrique's first. He's going to get 75 gold with 20 XP. I'm glad he got his loot. He needs experience. And he gets 75 gold because of the bonus from Murphy. So 75. That's... So 340 gold is where he's at right now. And this game makes me do... I know it's basic math, but still takes a toll on the brain. Next is Montana. She gets... Ooh. So let's go ahead and roll and see what she gets for the gold. D6 times 25. Wow. Okay, so she gets 150 plus 25 for Murphy, so 175 gold and 20 XP. And I said 175, right? So that makes her 1,495 gold. Nice. Next is Murphy. Murphy's gonna get dang, he struck it rich. So he gets 25 XP. He is now over halfway to level 3. Now, Murphy's rule is he gets double what he finds in loot and scavenge when it comes to cash in Darkstone. That's 500 gold. Plus 25 for his bonus, his skill tree bonus. So he's getting 525 gold. This dude is filthy rich. He's got over 2 grand. 9. So he's at 5,015 gold. 2,015 gold. Go Murph. And then we got Isamu. Nice. So 20 XP. That brings him up to 205. And gets a gear card. Let's see what Isamu finds in the finds a looking glass. So what the looking glass does You may roll an extra die on scavenge rolls. Once per turn, you may cancel a scavenge card you just drew on a d6 roll of 5 plus. Holy crap. That is amazing. I'm going to have him hand that to Murphy. Because Murphy's like gold generation and his scavenging. I mean, even though the Samu's got a +1 roll on his +1 to roll on his scavenging, Murphy has that also, but he gets double fined. And the fact that Murphy tends to be the one going all the time, rolling 4 dice on scavenge, that is bad ass. So I'm gonna have him hand that to Murphy. I think that's cool. That is an amazing find for Murphy. That's amazing. So that's what everybody found. Yeah. So that's the end of the turn. We now have to hold back the darkness. God, I love the animation at the bottom. So 7 plus. Well, there's part of me who wants to put in the center of the screen. So hold back the darkness at 7 plus. That's a double 5s. I think we have to do a madness on that one. But this is Forbidden Fortress, so it might be different. Let me take a look. And for Forbidden Fortress. Oops. Did you do it? Just go ahead and pull all this up. You guys. All the way down to here. Never mind. Looking for Forbidden Fortress. These are... There we go. So double 5s in the Forbidden Fortress is echoing laughter. A sinister and booming laughter echoes through the fortress, chilling you to the bone. Each hero in the fortress immediately takes 3 horror hits that do 2 sanity damage apiece. So we just killed these skeletons, and all of a sudden a whole, like, some horrible voice just starts laughing at us. Brimstone. Sorry, I'm thinking Ghostbusters 2. Ghostbusters 2. So 3 horror hits at 2 damage, 10 damage pop. So let's do this. First, we'll start with Enrique. And he's made 5 pluses. He takes 2, so that's 4 damage. He's not doing well. He's not doing well at all. Next is going to be Montana with her 4 plus. And she just... She laughs at the laughter. Next is Murphy. He needs to make 3 at 5 plus. He makes 1. Therefore, he makes 2. It takes 2 sanity damage. And then we go on to Isamu. 5 plus as well. Does not make any of them. He takes 6 sanity damage. Crap, I actually forgot. Before the end of the turn, we were supposed to do recovery. I forgot to do recovery. 1d. Has everybody gone? Yes, everybody has gone. So, therefore, 1d3 points. We'll start with Enrique. Got 1 point back. So he would have put it on. He would have put it on his health. Actually, he had less sanity. He still had 3 points of sanity damage before. He would have put it on his sanity. His sanity is his weakest thing. Montana, she was actually at full health. It wouldn't have done. Actually, no, she was at 2 sanity damage. She would have gotten it all back. Murphy didn't have any damage, and the same thing goes for Samu, so they wouldn't have been affected by it. They've already gone, so. Moving on, beginning of the turn, we start with Enrique. Now the question is, what side of the room do we want to go? Closer to this door, because we have to move 1 more space going this way. So Enrique's just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to peek through that doorway. And what he finds is a cursed courtyard. And it's got an advanced rule in it. So let me go get the cursed courtyard. That is part of which expansion? TS. I am not certain as to which expansion that is. Huh. I don't know. Let me go search. Yeah, I don't know. I have this in the Forbidden Fortress base part of the deal. But I look at the back of it and I'm like, I mean, that looks like Belly of the Beast, I think. I'm actually very confused. I am very aroused. So I'm guessing comes in this direction. Oh, wait, hold on. That direction. No. Yes. We may have to get rid of this spot here. Well, maybe not. Let me see if I can do this. The cursed courtyard. Very cool. Yeah, that'll work. Hoping I'm keeping them away from each other here. Let's get all these cards. Yeah. And it's got an advanced card, so I'm thinking that I might go ahead and use it. But it's a full room, so it does get an exploration token. But let me go ahead and find the burning room. I'm going to keep doing these, because I really love the idea that there's a little bit of fluff for all these different rooms. Burning room. There it is. You can see that tile, right? Good. So, here's the exploration card, advanced exploration card for this very room. Burning Rune. Ablaze with char and flame, the ground here is marked with a burning rune of hate. It is a summoning point for demons and creatures too foul to speak of. Best to be cautious with evil near, so near. Every hero may recover 1 grit. That's awesome, but usually an omen for something bad to be coming up. But, hey, I'll take a grit. Grit's good. Every single hero gets 1 back. But it looks like they all have to make a test. Oh, God. Okay, so everybody has to make a luck 6+ test. If successful, gain 20 XP. If more than half of the heroes have failed this test, ambush attack. I don't want an ambush attack. Oh, and we did go down the depth chart. Ooh, we have to keep drawing monster cards so we find one that has demon or myth in it. If we fail this, what is it? More than half the team? So, as long as 2 people pass this, we're good. And I think I have some people that are good at luck. Murphy and Isamu. So, let's go ahead and do the luck checks. I'm going to let Isamu and Murphy go first. So this way I can decide whether or not it's worth using grit on the other 2. So let's start with Murphy. He needs to make 6 pluses on 46. I'm going to let him re-roll that with grit. He gets it. Oh my god, Murphy. You have 4 dice. This is scaring me. Okay, so then next is Isamu. He needs to make 3d6 at 4 plus. I'm going to have him re-roll that. No wonder they gave us grit. So use 1 grit. So, if I remember correctly... So, they both got 20 XP for that. So Murphy's now up to 530. And Isamu's now up to 25. And now we'll do... We're safe from an ambush attack at this point, because more than half the people have to fail. Half the party passed, so we're good. So now we need to roll Enrique's. He's got a 2 of his luck. He passed it as well, so he gets 25 XP. He needs it. He needs to level. He's well over halfway at this point. And then we got Montana, who got it as well. Everybody passed it. So everybody got 20 XP out of that. You don't get any bonus, like, no, like, XP is good enough in my opinion. I'll go ahead and put that with these other ones, because I'm going to try my best to separate them, scan them, put them into the stream so I can just call them up if I need them. Next... Ooh. So I'm glad we did that. That was interesting. A room on fire. That's all it's been. Like, every room's been on fire, except for, of course, the bathroom. Next is Montana. I'm going to have her roll for her grit first. Let's see if she gets it. Does not. But I'm going to have her move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And she's going to scavenge the room that she was on, this room right here. She finds 1 item. Chilling dread. What you find in the shadows only confirms the doom that awaits you all. So draw yet another growing dread card. That stack is getting really big. And that's a bad thing. Oh, wait. Wait. Don't I have an ability I don't. I was thinking of scavenging. Oh! Actually, hold on. No, that would be on... That would be on Murphy. Once per turn, you may cancel a scavenge card you just drew. So it's on Murphy only. So next is Murphy. Let's see if he can get the grip back that he just lost. He does. Wow. Good for you, buddy. So we'll have Murphy move up. He's got 5 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, he's going to have to move up. That sucks. He's going to have to move up behind the other 2. But I'm going to have him scavenge this room. But he gets 4 dice now. No. Doesn't find anything. Next is Isamu. He's going to roll for his grit. Doesn't get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's also going to scavenge that room. Doesn't find anything. Wow. That's wild. 7 rolls. Not a single 6. So that's the end of that activation. Now we're going to flip the exploration token and see what's on the other side. If it's another clue token, instant fight. But instead, we have an ambush attack. 2 doors. So let's first see what the 2 doors are. So the first door is 2, so here. And the second door is here. That is an end cap. And I just put them away. I need them. Thank you. So that's an end cap. These 2 are doorways. And this is turning into a battle. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of... We did that. We did scavenge that room. I'm going to get rid of some of these tiles here so we can make some room. I like the angle shots, but for now, this will do. So we have an ambush attack. That means they're going to be right on top of us. So we're not in another world, so we are drawing a regular card, but it's a low threat card with an elite ability. We don't need you anymore. So let's go ahead and change this over to combat. And let's see what we have to fight. Oh my god. Okay, D3 plus 1 Takobaki Rifleman. So, we are fighting... I just know I'm going to roll a 6. Yep, highest amount. So we're taking on 4 Takobaki Riflemen. this is hard. I didn't lose my models. I just wasn't looking in the right place. I want to paint these so bad. I might do a paint session on Saturday or probably Sunday. Because I just see these models and I'm like, they need to be painted. Come on, Tony, they need to be painted. Alright. I used to pride myself on that. So one here. Checkerboard pattern. And let's see what their monster card looks like. I don't remember ever fighting these guys. Oh, they get an elite ability too, by the way. So Takobaki Rifleman. Might change the animation. I don't know if I really need it coming from the center. Oh, that does look cool. And the elite ability they're gonna get, not too many rules. They do a lot of damage though in close combat. And their elite ability is gonna be a 4. Black Order Guard, they're +4 health and +1 initiative. So they're going first every turn. The 5, it doesn't matter. The 5 is, oh, and they're in ambush, so they're +2 initiative. So they'd be, what, 8? So they're 6 +2, 8. Yeah, first turn, their initiative +2 for an ambush. And they're going to be, actually, they're surrounding us. Do they get shootout? They do get shootout. If I remember correctly, shootout rules, they don't exactly start right next to us. Okay. So, on ambush rules, we're going to see where they go first, who they're targeting first. So, let's start the rolls. This guy is targeting... What I'm going to do is, when I paint these guys, I think I'm going to put like a number on the base, or like A, B, C, D, or 1, 2, or 3 or something, just to kind of give an idea of who's who. So, again, oh, it's D8. How I'm going to roll this is in initiative order, as always. 1 through 2 is Enrique. 3 to 4 is Montana. Murphy's a 5 and 6, and then 7 and 8 is Osamu. So let's see who that first guy is going after. So he's going after Enrique, and we put him as far away as possible, but at least inside his range attack zone. Though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, he's got 10 range. So the next guy, also going after Enrique. They don't like the bandito. I guess they saw the dynamite, him throwing the hucking the dynamite at those undead, and thought to themselves, he's a danger. The next one is going after. Oh my god, they want him dead. Furthest away. These guys are in the way, so they would definitely have to be in this room. So as furthest away would be right there. And the last one is going after Montana? Yes. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, so Montana. So these three are attacking him. He's attacking her. They're not adjacent to a hero, so they're not going to be doing any retreats right now. Target random hero without a shooter marker. Move that shortest distance to be within range in LOS. May move through other enemy models not of the same type. If reach, place a shootout marker on the target. You already kind of do that. Oh, okay. So, I don't know why they just don't do that in the first place. Well, okay, so this is what we did. He obviously was chosen. The Enrique. So, same map tile, furthest distance. It could be on either one, but obviously this is definitely the furthest distance. Hold on. 1, 2, 6. Yeah, this would have definitely been the furthest. So, they all moved there. They all chose their targets. So, again, these three chose Enrique. He chose Montana. They don't do a retreat because they're not next to anybody. They don't have to move yet. Next turn they might. What's their movement speed? They're 5. And now they make their ranged attacks. Let me read that one more time. Make ranged attacks once all of the enemy group has moved and placed shootout markers. Roll the ranged attacks against the heroes for each shootout marker on them, then remove the shootout marker. So we're good. So let's look at the rules. Oh, they got armor. Okay, so they have a defense 3, health of 10 because of the black guard. So they have health of 10. Oh, they're pretty nasty. The only problem is they do have armor. Oh, that sucks. But they're 5+, so that's not too bad, but still. We're gonna have to, like, really focus fire on these guys. They also have regeneration. Heals 2 wounds at the start of each turn, so yeah, we're gonna have to focus fire and kill them one by one as quickly as possible. Darkstone rifles. 3 damage with 3 shots. Darkstone runes. Takobaki to hit rolls of 6+, do double damage. Alright, well, good luck, Enrique. You're gonna need it, bud. At least he's got 16 health. Let's go ahead and roll these attacks. So they're getting 9 attacks total. And, alright, let's do this. They need 4 pluses. So they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. 3 of which are criticals, dealing double damage. Oh, that's nasty. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So 2 regulars, 3 critical. Let's do the regulars first. See if we can get them out of the way. He's got a 4+. He manages to avoid one of them. So they get 1 regular hit. And here's the criticals. He needs to make 4 pluses on these bad boys. Does he have a grit? He does have a grit. I'm going to re-roll 2 of those. Worth it. So he gets 1 regular hit. I should be rolling them separately, I think, at this point. I'm trying to get through this quickly, but I'm like, they should be individually shooting for reasons. So I guess I'll just do that from here on out. So he takes 3 points of damage. He's got 5 wounds on him. Next is this guy. He's firing at Montana. He's got 3 shots. Oof. 1 hit, and it happens to be a crit. She needs to make a, I believe it's a 4+. She makes it with flying colors. She dodges that. She sees that mutated bullet come running at her. Actually, it'd be a Darkstone bullet, so the big purple bullet just goes flying at her. And luckily, she dodges out of the way. Yeah, we need to kill some of these guys. This is going to take a little while. So next up is Enrique. He already used his dynamite, so he's just going to kind of move in, pull his pistols out, and just start shooting. We're going to try to keep him in that corner. Luckily, there's no doorway. Well, if there was a doorway there, it wouldn't have mattered. But I'm going to have him move up. 1, 2, 3. And he's got his dual pistols out. He's just going to start popping at him. What items does he have? He doesn't have anything. Yeah. He doesn't really have anything to help with him. So he's going to make 4... Is it 4 shots? Yeah, 4 shots. 5 plus. Yeah. He's level 1, so... But he does get his crit rolls because of his Bandito, the 2-gun skill that I gave him. And they don't ignore crits. But they do get armor. Oh, God, that sucks. So let's go ahead and roll his 46. He still has 1 grit left, but I kind of want to hold on to that because that was helpful against those defense on the defense rolls. He gets 1 critical. I'm going to go ahead and spend that grit to reroll the 3. So he gets 2 regular hits and a crit. So we'll do the 2 regular hits. He's going to do 1 on this guy first. And he does. -3. He rolled a 4, so 1 damage. They need a 5 plus to avoid it. The next one. Same character. Does nothing. Then the critical. I have nothing to reroll and attack. Nothing. I need to level his ass up. Oh, and his roll to grit. I'm going to re-roll that critical hit damage. So 4 points of damage. They have to make 5 plus rolls on all 4 wounds. So he took 3 damage. He's down to 7 points. Oh my God, these guys have so much health. This is going to be a very grueling battle. I feel like it's gonna be once per turn, but everybody else still has a stick of dynamite left. Might be able to make this work. Oh God, Montana's going next. She's gonna, yeah, because they were high initiative, so she doesn't get it. But I'm gonna have her move up as well. 1, 2, 3. She should. Oh, I better get rid of his. He used his dynamite already. I'm going to go with Montana. And she's going to drink her tonic to gain 1 grit back. And she's going to throw that dynamite. Oh, her rifle could do a lot of damage to these guys. Can ignore their defense. So with the dynamite. I'm going to go ahead and throw her dynamite. These guys are just... I want them... See, what I hate about it, I feel like throwing dynamite's actually kind of a waste. Because if I throw it, it's not going to kill them. Unless these two throw their dynamite too. That might be what I might end up doing that. Everybody's just gonna throw their dynamite at these guys. So she throws the dynamite. She needs to roll a 4 plus. So let's see what she gets. She gets it. So the dynamite ignores their defense, but they still get their armor saves. Let's see how much damage it does. Please be big. That's awesome. So it'd be 5 points of damage each, but they have their armor saves. So we'll start with this guy first. He gets 5d6, and he has to make 5 plus saves on each one of these wounds. And he did effing well, man. He only took 2 wounds, so he's at half health. This guy here, again, same deal. 5d6. He saved out of 1, so he took 4 points of damage. We didn't think the dynamite was was not a good idea. This one here, same deal, 5d6 at 5 plus. He saved out of 2, he took 3 points of damage. And this guy here, same thing, 5d6 at 5 plus. He saved 2, he's also at 3 points of damage. They're gonna heal the hell out of that. That sucks. Man, armor's terrible on the enemy. That's the end of her turn. Next is Murphy. He's got a grit. Let's see if he gets one back. Does not. He has to roll a 5 plus on his check. I'm half tempted to have him. He can do more damage. Going up. Oh, he can't move up there. No, 1, 2. Yeah, he won't get close enough. So I'm gonna have him go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so he can get within range. And actually, we'll go here. Actually, here, because if I put it here, he'd come back and hit me there. Because I have the hunch this is going to deviate. But I'm gonna put it right here, so if there is any deviation, it's just gonna probably stay in that spot. So I'm gonna declare it on this guy. So Murphy just comes running in, lights it. He doesn't have a cigar, but he lights up his dynamite and hucks it over into the corner next to, right on top of this guy here. And he rolls what? On his ranged ability. Does not get it. So it deviates. There's a good chance it will stay there. Really good chance it will stay there. Or at least they're all hopped up in that corner. This is actually very beneficial for me. So let's see what happens. On a 1, 2, or 3, it really just stays there. It bounces off the wall. On an 8, it goes to the left. On a 4, it bounces off the wall. On a 5, it bounces off the wall. On a 6, it goes backwards. On a 7, it goes backwards. So let's roll a d8 and see how far it goes. Oh, I have to roll... Hold on, sorry. How many times it deviates? 3 times. So the first one... 6. So it goes back. 2 goes forward, and then finally, I think it's gonna get them all no matter what. Bounces off the wall. So Murphy hucks the dynamite, bounces off him, then bounces off the wall, or bounces off the wall, hits this guy, then bounces off the wall again, and lands in the very same spot. So let's roll for damage. I'm gonna have Murphy re-roll the damage on that. That's BS. 6 damage. Go Murph. So let's go through this again. This guy here has to make 6d6 5 plus rolls. He got 1, so he took 5 points of damage. He's dead. He was at half health. That dynamite killed him. Murphy gained 35 experience for that. Dude, he's just leveling up wildly here. The next guy, this guy right here. 66 at 5 plus. Oof. He took 3 points of damage. He's got 7 wounds. He's only got 3 wounds left. This guy here, the same deal. Oops. 66 at 5 plus. He makes 1, so he took 5 points of damage. He's at 8 wounds. And finally, this guy, he's made 66 rolls as well. He survives 2 of the hits, dealing 4 points of damage. He's also at 7. So he's got 3 points. He's got 3 points. He's got actually, hold on. 2, yeah. So these two have 3 points of health left. He has 2. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. I heard a noise, and I'm trying to figure out what that was. Oof. So that was Murphy's turn. Next is Isamu. Let's see what he gets for grit. Nothing. He's gonna do the same thing. He's gonna move up 1, 2, 3. Did he reach it? Yeah, he's got a good strength. He's gonna do the same thing. He's gonna roll. He's gonna throw his dynamite. These guys, I don't want them generating anymore. I could have him. No, he can't get up there and fight him. So, dynamite it is. He didn't get his grit, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna spend his tonic and give him a grit. I need to buy more tonics. Those are amazing. So, he's gonna throw his stick of dynamite. So everybody use their dynamite this fight. 1. Yeah, he can reach him. So it's his strength plus 3, so it's 7. It's within range, and he can see the target too. So he's lobbing it over them into that back guy, just like the same way that Murphy did. And we're gonna see if he actually makes it. Let's see what his range roll is. A 1. Nope. So it deviates D3. Did I really roll a freaking 6? So again, 3 times. So it's the same deal as it was last time. Let's see what happens. 2. Bounces off the wall and back onto that spot. 4. Bounces off the wall and back on that spot. At this point, if it goes, doesn't matter where it goes, it's hitting everybody. Yeah, 1. It goes this way and bounces back on that spot. So he hucks it, bounces 3 times off the walls, and just kind of lands back on that guy. Let's see what the damage is. Kind of want to keep it, because I could roll a 1 if I read grit. It does 4 damage. I'm going to go with that. So it has the potential of killing them. They got to make 5 pluses on these armor rolls. So let's see what happens. So the first guy, 4d6, 5 plus. He takes 3 wounds. That kills him. The next one, this guy here, 5 pluses. Doesn't make any. He had 3 wounds left, killed him. This guy here, at 5 plus. Oh, he's saved out of a lot of them, and he's the one that had 8 damage. He's now down to 9 health. I mean, he's now down to 9 wounds. He's still very much alive, but as we saw, dynamite kind of saved the day, because these guys would just keep regenerating, and it would take me a couple turns to get these 2 over to that side of the table. And by then, we already saw what a group of 4 of them can do to 1 character. Again, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a look at something. There's a lot of heavy wind. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. We're getting hit by a small storm in this area. Let me check the weather for just 1 second. I know this weekend we're getting hit by something pretty big. We're reaching storm season. Yeah, we're getting hit by a cold front. I mean, I've been through worse. I'm just hoping that my Starlink doesn't fall off the top of the roof of this thing. It only handles so much. But 40-mile-an-hour winds, I think we'll survive it. Okay, so we're down to the one guy. We're at the end of the turn. Everybody's activated. It's now time for Hold Back the Darkness. Actually, we're at 8+ right now. Yeah, we're at 8+. So we make the 8+ roll before we continue. And we make it. Beginning of the round, they heal 2 points, or he heals 2 points. So he's back down to 7 wounds. He's going to. He's not adjacent to anybody. Can't really move, but he's going to place tokens on someone. And it's going to be a random target. He's going to put it on Murphy. So he's got tokens on Murphy. He's as far as he can be away from the heroes. They kind of have him cornered. So he's going to make his 2 combat. Oh, wait, sorry. So, yeah, he's just 3 shots at this point. So he's going to make 3d6 at 4+. Doesn't make a single one. Dang. All right. That wind's getting pretty heavy. What's crazy is the wind's actually coming directly from the north. So I'm feeling it on the side of this RV. So he doesn't make his shots. He regenerated. He's all by himself at this point. It's the beginning of Enrique's turn. He's going to roll for grit. Doesn't get it. Oh, wait, actually. He gets it? No. There's somebody in here who gets a grit on a 1 or 2. Might be a Samu. I forgot who gets it. Then I gotta remember that Isamu gets spirit armor. I don't remember who has that ability. Anyway, Enrique, so he rolled for his grit, didn't get it back, but he's going to go ahead and he's going to move up 1 space so he can take some pop shots at this guy with his pistol. So he gets 46. Gets 2 crits and a hit. So let's go ahead and roll these out. So here's the base shot. Does 5 damage, so he needs to make 5d6 at 5+. I think he's down to 1 wound. Yep. Oh, actually, no. I did this wrong. So it only did 2 damage. Took 1 damage. Here's the crit that ignores the defense roll. So one damage, and he gets. Does not get it, so he's down to 9. And then again, the final crit, 3. He needs to make 3 5+ saves, and doesn't make it. He's dead. I can hear that wind. I'm going to go ahead and take a short break. Oh, it's a helicopter. I was like, what is that noise? Actually, I'll go ahead and do all the final stuff, and then we'll move on. So, first things first, we'll do the recovery. And let me get rid of these guys. I don't need them on the screen anymore. So we'll do the recovery. And in the recovery phase, Enrique gets, oof, 1d3. He gets a d3 back, whatever I choose. So he gets 3 points back. I'm gonna put it all on his sanity. He desperately needs his sanity back. Next, the rest of the team, if they didn't go, they either get a grit back or they can heal up. Montana hasn't taken any damage, and she's at full grit. Yeah, okay. So she doesn't need that. We'll go with Murphy. I think he's doing all right on his sanity, so I'm going to go ahead and give him a grit. Grit's very important. And then Isamu, I'll let him roll for points. I want him to heal up. 5. Good. So his sanity went from 6 sanity damage to 1. Everybody's doing pretty good now. Except for Enrique. Those 3 guys firing 9 shots into him. That messed him up. So that was the recovery. Now we do the loot. First we'll do Enrique. 20 XP. Oh. I gotta give him his XP. Let me bring that card back up. I forgot to write down their experience. So 30 plus 5, so 35 each. So 70, 90. He killed 3 of them, right? No, that was Murphy. He killed the last. So that was 70 for him. And then 25 for Enrique. That's 5 plus that, so 25. He's close. He gets a gear card. I'm going to avoid doing these for now. It's a lot of extra rules I don't want to deal with. He finds Norse Traveler's Pants. He gets +1 move. Once per adventure, cancel a depth event or darkness card as it is played on a d6 roll of 3+. That's really good. Wind. So that would be under pants. And it's worth 275 gold. It's +1 move. And once per adventure. Cancel depth event or darkness. D6 roll 3+. There we go. These in a discard pile. Because some of these items I'm definitely keeping, and that is one of them. So that was a great find for him. Next is Montana's loot. She finds 50 gold because of Murphy's bonus and 30 XP. And 50 gold, so it brings her up to 1,545 gold. Next is Murphy. Nice. 20 XP and a gear card. Murphy's getting closer and closer to leveling. And a gear card. Let's see what he gets. There's that wind again. He finds a Watchman's Bow. It gives +1 initiative, range of 8, shots 1, critical hits on 5 or 6. Once per fight at the start of a turn, cancel the bonus initiative a single enemy group would gain from an ambush attack. That is so slick. I don't have anybody that can use this, though. That is slick. Next is Isamu. He gets 50 gold and 30 XP. There we go. That's the end of all the loot. Yeah, Samu and Montana are constantly fighting for second place on who's the wealthiest. So that's the end of that. That's the end of the loot. That's the end of the recovery scene. Just go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and take a small break. Just going to monitor this little storm we have coming in. But I also just need to take a short break. But we haven't been going down the darkest track, have we? We're doing pretty good. So I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to be right back. And I'll catch you in 5 to 8 minutes, somewhere around there. Be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back. Or I'm back and welcome back. So before I took the small break, we got into a battle scene with the Takobaki riflemen. These guys right here. Pretty nasty group. They nearly took down Enrique in their first line of shots. Luckily, I had their criticals re-rolled because, yeah, he wouldn't have survived that. But anyway, so we finished that round. We did everything we need to do. Now we have to hold back the darkness. Did we do the hold back the darkness roll? I don't remember. I don't think we did. I think we just ended the turn. So let's do the hold back the darkness roll. That is 2d6 at 8 plus. We did not make it, so therefore, darkness is slowly creeping out of the Forbidden Fortress now. So at the beginning of the turn, we now have Enrique. That is for initiative. I'm gonna have him move in this way, and I'm gonna have him look through that door. We do need one more clue token. If we find one more clue token, we're done with the dungeon. That's good. 1, 2. And he's gonna move 2 spaces, and I forgot. I'm gonna have him check his grid as well, right? Let's see if he gets a 6. He does not, so he doesn't get it back. But he's gonna peek through that room, and what he finds inside on the other side of that doorway is the kitchen. That is part of the Forbidden Fortress expansion base game, and it's also got an advanced card. So I'll go ahead and pull the advanced card out once I get the tile. That wind is insane. Hope my Starlink stays up and alive. So it is being placed as such. Is that correct? Yes. So we find the kitchen. And since it's a full room, it gets an exploration token. And we'll get to what doorways are which. But first, of course, we need to see the advanced card. It's called Boiling Pots. Let me go through and see if I can find Boiling Pots. Like I said, I'm going to separate these, and then I'm going to scan them so that I can put these inside the stream. I would love to scan the whole dang deck, every single card, and put it in the stream. That's a big ask. Because the last time I did that with all the other cards, it took me a long time. So looking for Boiling Pot. There it is. Blue-Eyed Demon. How you doing? Doing great. Currently playing some Shadows of Brimstone. This is, I think, the 9th game that I've played over the past couple weeks. And, yeah, just going on some adventures with some Old West bandits and a feudal village, a feudal Japanese era, and what are they called? An enforcer. So just going through all these dungeons and just fighting monsters and stuff. It's basically like playing Diablo in a sense. So it's like a dungeon crawl, but in a board game. How are you doing on this Thursday? Although for me, it's like the weather here in Texas, getting a cold front and getting hit by some serious weather. Yeah, it's kind of Diablo. But when it comes to like dungeon crawling and everything, you know, you go into a dungeon, it's procedurally generating. That's what's happening here. Almost 2 a.m. for you. Oh wow. If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? because it's yeah, it's almost, we're getting on close to 7 p.m. So let's see, we got Boiling Pots is the advanced card that we find in this room. And it reads, a small kitchen area resides here in one corner. Though abandoned, several large pots still sit over the fire, bubbling and boiling. The smell of fetid meat hangs in the air. Peering into one of the pots, you stir it with a long-handled ladle, churning its contents to the surface. So I choose a character to make a luck 6+ test. I do have a character with a good luck, and that's probably going to be Murphy. Croatia, small. Oh, okay. Wow. So what brings you to the stream? The boiling pots. So I need to make a successful roll of a 6+ with Murphy. If successful, the hearty soup is ready to eat. Gain 25 XP, and each hero may heal 3D wounds or recover 1 grit. Yeah. That's pretty sweet, though. I like checking board games on Twitch to see new games. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I just kind of started doing this. Beforehand, I was kind of just playing video games like Repo and Murky Divers and stuff like that with a group, with a community that I'm usually with. But my thing has always been board games. I've always loved different types of board games like Arkham Horror and Zombicide and all that. But Shadows of Brimstone is a game that I'm like very passionate about. Got into a hobby last year in December. Good for you. Board games is a really fun hobby, and if you love miniatures painting, like if let's say you liked Warhammer 40k or whatever, Shadows of Brimstone also has plenty of that because it has multiple core set boxes, it has multiple expansion boxes, and they all come with minis that you put together, and then you can paint them. So if you're into painting, if you like board games and you also like painting minis, this is a great game for you. Plenty to do with it, and then on top of that, just like I know I said that this is like playing Diablo because it is. It's a dungeon crawler. You go through a dungeon, you finish, go to town, sell your stuff. You actually have things happening in town as well. Then go back out on another adventure. But it's also got a lot of storytelling in it. It's like D&D, and it's basically like this card that I'm using here right now, the encounter card. Every time we run into another encounter, it kind of adds a little fluff to the area. Never painted figures and never played Warhammer 40k. Oh, that's no problem. I mean, I'm not sure how you feel about it. Like, it's not everybody's cup of tea. Like, some people aren't into the tabletop army building games. Um, but I mean, this is like I said, this is a great hobby to jump into with the board games and of course the painting on the side. Definitely, I get influence when I'm playing it. Like right now, I'm looking at all these models and I'm like, I need to get these guys done. Especially if I'm using them, they're part of the group that I'm playing with all the time. But let's see. So I need to make a 6+ test with Murphy. He's got a 4 luck. So let's see what we got. He needs to make 46 with a 6. Does he have any grit? He does. Gonna re-roll that with his grit. I did not make 8 out of 8 rolls. I didn't get a single 6. Can't do anything about this because this is not good. I think the other side of the card is gonna cause some damage to my team. Nope. He just straight up whiffed, cooking whatever was in that thing. So it failed. The bloated visage of a human face rises into the surface, peering up at you from the stew. Take 3 horror hits and add a growing dread card to the stack. We've already got, what, 3 of them? Oof. So, we gotta take 3 horror hits. I guess it's only Murphy that's doing this. So let's see what he gets for damage here. He needs to make 5 pluses on these rolls. I'm not rolling good today. Or at least now. I was rolling good earlier. So he takes 3 points of sanity damage. That brings him up to 7 out of 20. Saw a little bit of Warhammer 40k, but never interacted with it. I'll come out and say, like, if you're into like lore and specifically reading books and fantasy, like if you like a lot of fictional reading, I would definitely say Warhammer 40k has some of the coolest lore. I'm not trying to say I'm a big fanboy, because I don't own an army in there anymore. I don't plan on doing it because I did it before and I don't want to do it again. But I will say that the universe of 40k is it's kind of crazy, but definitely a very fun read. So he took that, and we have to add a Growing Dread card to the stack. That's... I am getting the feeling that the boss fight's going to be absolutely horrible against this. Because we've already got 4 Growing Dread cards, and that's a bad thing. I'll put this over here. Next. So that was Enrique's turn. He went up. Next is Montana. She's going to roll for her grit. Let's see if she gets her grit back. Or one of her grit back. Nope. And she's just going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. And she's going to scavenge that room. Finds nothing. Next we'll go with we'll do Murphy. He's going to move on up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to have him guard Enrique, since he's more of a tank. And he's also going to scavenge, but he gets 4 dice. That wind is getting wild. He does find 1 scavenge item. Let's see what he finds. Oof. Okay. Oh, no. He gets 10 XP, and he gets a gear card. So that's good. So Murphy's doing well in his experience. Let's see what he gets for a gear card. Elegant Shoulders. He gets... So whoever's wearing this gets +1 sanity. Once per adventure, prevent up to X amount of wounds you are about to take, where X is equal to your agility. And nobody on this team has a good agility. Nope. So it wouldn't be good on Murphy, for sure. +1 sanity. Who could use that? Well, he's standing right next to Enrique, so I might just hand it over to Enrique. And I might actually keep that. Yeah, I'll write that down on his card. That could actually be... That's important. So, it's a shoulders piece, and it's the Elegant Shoulders. It's worth 525 gold. Gives +1 to sanity. He really needs that. And once per venture, prevent X wounds. X equals agility. Okay. That could be very important for next time we get attacked. We'll put that over here for now. So, next up is... So that room's already been explored, so we'll go ahead and put a scavenge token on there. We can do it twice. So, we'll move up Isamu, his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You gotta do his grit. I keep forgetting to do that. That's very important. Doesn't get it. But I'm gonna have him explore this room as well with his 3. He doesn't find anything. I am not rolling 6 as well. That's the end of all their activations. So at the end of all their activations, we now have to do the exploration part of the game. So we take this token here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have to move things around because I'm noticing that's not showing up in the display now because we're getting a little too much, getting too big here. You know what? I'll just get rid of this. We're not going to need these 2 tiles anymore. Put them over there. And actually, which would be better? They're going this way, so I'll just do that. Give it an angled look. So now we're exploring the room. Let's go ahead and flip the token over. If it's another clue token, we ignore everything else on the clue token, and we go into battle. And sure enough, we found the clue token. So these are now closed off. I'll just go ahead and use these. Just checked a few sites where I could buy games, and there's none for Warhammer. Yeah, I don't know if they're still the same way as they were back in the mid 2000, 2000 teens, like early 2000 teens. Like I remember, like you could only at the time you could only buy Warhammer at stores that are licensed to sell the Warhammer product or allowed to sell the Warhammer product, which weren't many of them, because I think their goal was to have actual Games Workshop stores, and you have to go there because I think their whole point is they draw you in, you see the size of the tables, you see the people playing, and it gets you interested, and then you just feel like you have. Sometimes people just have to leave with models. That's what happened to me and my dad back when I first jumped into fantasy. I wasn't into fantasy. I didn't like the fantasy version of Warhammer. But we still walked out of there with it because we saw all the painted models, we saw people playing. It was cool. But yeah, I think it's going to be hard finding a website that does it, or even a store, unless you actually find an actual Games Workshop store. You might be able to order from their website. Uh, but I would say definitely like watch some videos on it, see people playing it first. If it's for you, it's for you. If not, uh, my only thing is when it comes to Warhammer, prepare yourself because you're gonna have a lot of models. Like one group can be up to 20. Like one group can be up to like 20 or possibly even 40 models, and you're gonna end up wanting to paint them all, and it gets pretty wild. Oh man, if I buy something outside of the country, there is a 25 tax on shipping. I am so sorry. Yeah, trying to think. And Games Workshop is it's, if I remember correctly, I think it's English, so it's not American made. Oof, bought SETI for $130. Yeah, it's between tariffs and everything going on right now. It's pretty rough on just about everybody. Um, I jumped in on a Kickstarter for this game. They got their 4th Kickstarter, and once the tariffs came in, they started telling us they're going to have to increase the prices of all the Kickstarter imports. So our shipping costs are about to skyrocket. It used to cost me like $50 to $60, and it was like a big box full of stuff. Now I can only imagine how much it's going to be. So I'm really sorry that you're going through the shipping costs, the taxes, and everything. That sucks. I'm trying to think of what else there is. Like what other board games are you playing? You said that this is a new hobby that you started last year. Are there any other board games that you've been playing, like Zombicide, like Simon games, Fantasy Flight? Yeah, it does. I mean, that 25% is quite a bit. Quite a bit. And again, I apologize. That's horrible. Uh, that's the end of the turn. We flipped that. We now have to see what monsters we're fighting. And unfortunately, most of us are over level 1 or level 2. So we actually have to get elite abilities on everybody from here on out, on all the monsters. So let's see what we're fighting first. It's going to be a high threat card. Yikes. So 3 Spectral Horde and Peril plus 6 Hungry Dead. I don't know if I have that many undead models. And they have special rules. Possessing bodies. At the end of every turn, roll 2 dice, each Spectral Horde in play. For each roll of 5 plus, a new Hungry Dead. Add 1 new Hungry Dead to an empty space adjacent to it. So, the Spectral Horde apparently are a... Man, that wind. Are a walking corpse token. So their priority, although we used all our dynamite. Let me go get the models. Let me first see how many undead we're fighting. I'm hoping oh, it's Peril dice. Please don't be a 6. So 12 Hungry Dead and 3 Spectral Horde. Oh boy. I'll be right back. I can get the models. Oof. I have a few games. Geonomy, SETI, Arnak, Catan, with all expansions on my Language Knight and C. Dune Imperium, nice. And 2 expansions. Mysterium and 1 expansion. Deception, 2 rooms, and boom. Andromeda's nice. Apiary and Daggerheart so far. Not much, but for me it's huge. No, that's a big collection of games. Yeah, I'll come on and say that. I was for the longest time. So I got into into board games because of a friend. He brought over the 2nd edition of Arkham Horror. I'm a hold on while I set all these up. I'm a big Lovecraft nut, and when he brought Arkham Horror, I just remember like losing my mind on that game because like I just loved all the fluff that it added to it. Whoops, is that in the right spot? Yeah. And of course, like I said, I just love Lovecraft stuff. But oh my god, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The whole freaking box is coming out. So I do not see us winning this battle. Oh, and we've got to do the. I'm probably gonna bail on this. Yeah. So he brought over Arkham Horror, and I remember just like falling in love with that game. It was so much fun. I loved all the fluff to it. There was all these expansions to it, and that got me into board games, specifically Fantasy Flight. I was constantly buying Fantasy Flight games because of that. So I bought like was it Descent 2nd edition with a buddy of mine, and I bought like just about everything for that. And then I bought the Star Wars games, the anything that was Lovecraft that came out. So Eldritch Horror and Mansions of Madness was a blast. If you can find a party to play with, like it's not a single player game. It's a 3-player plus game. And what it is that you play as a keeper and the other people play as investigators. Saw Arkham, but there's too much and don't know what's going on. There is an awful lot, especially if you get all the expansions. 3rd edition's out. I have it. I just haven't played it yet. Because whenever I play, I'm like diving right into Shadows of Brimstone all the time. I'm mostly solo because my friend group wants only luck and social deduction games. Yeah, I get that. I have a pool of friends who actually they want to jump into games like this, but they're more into oh, they're just more into video games, and I don't know. I just like this better. I like gathering around a table, and I mean, some people play cards. Me, it's board games. I'm pretty sure you're in the same boat, just like me. Like I find this more entertaining, especially if you can, create ambience like the sound effects and music and stuff to make it more entertaining. Uh, Also, it's like playing Dungeons and Dragons, or at least I'm thinking Shadows of Brimstone. But yeah, I've jumped into Simon games and I like their stuff too. That's more kind of their stuff is more arcadey, like more arcade-like in my opinion. Not so much fluff. It's just a lot of go in and attack, go in and attack. It's fun. Uh, I just wish that there was a little more time to bake on some of their games. Because Massive Darkness had the ability to be amazing. Uh, yeah, this ain't looking good. Because nothing too is they also all get abilities. So let me pull up their cards and we'll just see what we're going up against. Because nothing is I also need to bing. We got 4 Growing Dread cards I need to pull up, and this is going to determine whether or not it's even worth my time fighting these things, because I think the undead might be a little bit on the difficult side. So let's bring up the Hungry Undead first. Did I do that right? Hold on a second. Hungry. Dead. Let me pull that card back up. I'm going to go ahead and cancel out of this. And yeah, Hungry Dead. I might have screwed up on the card. Oh, Hungry Dead. I typed in Undead. There we go. I gotta roll their special ability. So they have a 2. They're getting +2 combat. Oh, they only have 1 health? This might not be a bad battle. We just gotta make sure we pop these guys off. And luckily, what do they have for defense? 4? Oof. Okay, so... Oh, 4 defense. So they're getting a 2, which gives them +2 combat. So they get 3 combat with 3 damage on each hit. Oof, that's awful. So I need to make that change here. They don't get a 6, they get a 2. And then I'm going to put that to the side, and we're going to draw the Spectral Horde. Spectral Horde. These are probably nasty. They got a lot of rules. They have 10 health. They have special rules for their defense. What's the initiative of the other... Hold on a second. Let me roll their ability, their bonus ability first. Oh, that's probably bad. Come with us. Well, there is at least 1 spectral horde on the hero's map tile at the start of each turn. That hero takes 2 extra horde hits for each corruption they currently have. That's terrible. So he gets a 6. Let's look at them again here. They're only initiative 1. They're not on ambush rules either. So Hungry Undead aren't a problem. I think I have enough shots because I can get 4 shots with Enrique. I can get 2 shots with Montana. I get 3 attacks, close combat with Samu, and 2 with... I think we might actually do all right. It's... Hungry Undead aren't the problem. It's these guys. Let's see what their abilities are. Terror. A hero starting their activation on the same map tile automatically takes 1 horde hit. Spectral. This enemy moves through other models and changes targets each turn. It also has 4+ armor. That's terrible. Life drain. This enemy's melee to hit rolls of 6+, ignore defense, and heal 1 wound from itself. Ghostly Feast. The enemy's combat is equal to the target's spirit skill +2. You know, luckily, I think this team has terrible spirit. Nope. No, they're actually not too bad. Not great, but not bad. And then Disbelief. So this is for the defense. This enemy's defense is equal to the attacker's cunning. Okay, we're safe there. That's kind of funny. So, oh man. So at the start of the turn, we get horror hits. You know what? We'll give it a try, even though some people are about to get wiped out from it. But first, let's do the Growing Dread. This will help me decide whether or not it's worth even fighting these guys. So, very first one. There's a lot of rules on this fight. Last stand. Now it comes to it. In this final hour, you shall make your stand here. As the darkness looms large, you recoil at the horrors taking shape before your eyes. During the next fight, which is now, or the current one, whenever hold back the darkness roll has failed, add D3 -1 creeping shadows to the fight as an ambush. Or, okay, we're not, well, we are playing, no, we're playing 4 heroes, so don't have to worry about the next rule. Oof. That's real bad. That's real bad. So we're gonna make those darkness rolls. We have 8+ on these. Next is at what cost? Though you struggle on to complete your honorable goals, you begin to realize that this test of your courage may take a deeper toll than you had imagined. Until the end of this adventure, anytime a hero is KO'd, they lose 1 health permanently. That's not good. Third one, Deathly Despair. An overwhelming despair weighs heavy on your heart. With every moment that passes, it seems, the foul darkness only grows stronger. Every hero immediately loses all of the hero class ability tokens. Oh, I don't have to worry about that one. I was thinking abilities. I would have, excuse my language, I would have shat myself. Sorry to say this, but I'm going to sleep. Like, oh, okay. All right, Blue Eyes Demon, thank you so much for showing up. I know it's late for you. 2 a.m. is... Woof. Thank you for showing up, and I'll catch you next time. Get some sleep. Dreaded Knowledge. As you look out into the darkness rising all around, you begin to understand that no amount of soldiers or firearms could hope to hold back the evil for long. The darkness moves 1 step forward. That sucks. We have to do a darkness card now. On the death track. If this moves into a blood splatter or a growing dread space, every hero that takes D6 sanity damage ignoring willpower. Yeah, this ain't going well. But that's all for the growing dread cards. But now we have to check the darkness, and everybody has to take the horror hits now. Was it horror hits? No, it's straight up sanity damage. So let's go ahead and do that first. First, we'll go with Enrique. 3 points of damage to the sanity. That brings him up to 6. He is close to going down. Next is Montana. Is that Montana? No, it's Murphy. Takes 4 points. Brings him to 11. Good luck and hope to see you next time. Thank you, Blue-Eyed Demon. Definitely see you next time. It should be on Saturday, if the weather permits me to do it. Next is going to be Montana. He takes... Come on. 4 points as well. He's always been good at, like, not taking damage. And then Isamu's going to take 1 point. I'm beginning to think we should cancel this because that growing dread card for the health. I don't want anybody losing any permanent health. I'd rather just see the town. I'd rather see the next town burn down in flames. And then a growing dread card. Let me go ahead and put that one away. Whoops. Or not growing dread, a darkness card. Demonic speed. All demon enemies are now +1 initiative and +2 move. Fortunately, none of the enemies are demon. But that remains in play, and we'll keep that to the side. Okay. There's a lot of rules on the table right now. But the thing I don't like is that I'm not really scared of the undead. If I had dynamite, I'd be able to do a lot more. These guys do have a lot of health, though. They got a 6. They have 10 health. But their defense is at best going to be a 2. I can do some serious damage against them, but I have to go through all of those undead to reach them. What do they do for attacks? Just melee attack? See, the problem I'm having with this is that I'm seeing a lot of horror hits on the table with both these monsters, just for being on the same tile. Because that's 12 guys. They're adjacent, they do the horror hits. These guys are just straight up doing terror. Yep, same map tile. So Enrique's gonna go down in probably the first turn. You know what? Let me just look at their health one last time. I do all have their healing abilities left. And let me see what I have for grit bonus. I do have the revive. I gotta remember that. That is important. I can't use that because I don't have a tribal character. I'm gonna do the fight. I'm gonna give this a try. This is gonna be rough. But at least we go before the undead. So we should be able to whittle them down. I just wish I had the dynamite. If I had the dynamite would be killing them one by one. Like, in droves, actually. And I really needed to kill those Takobaki guys. So let's take a look. I think at armor 4+, it's ridiculous. I need to fight my way to them. And if I can get Murphy over there, I can have Murphy D8 their asses. They're gonna go at the same time as Enrique, but the undead are only initiative 1, so they're last. We might be able to whittle them down. How do they bring people back? It's this card right here. We'll keep that up. At the end of every turn, roll 2 dice for each spectral horde. For each 5+, add 1 hungry dead. So we need to start killing these guys. There's 3 of them, so they have the chance of resurrecting 6 guys per turn. So we at least need to kill 6 per turn. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm wishing I had the dynamite. But I still have a lot of my crit, my extra damage dealing stuff. And then, of course, I have the Sage Saga Stone, which I'm definitely going to use on somebody, so this way they don't get any... We don't have any KO. And that's probably going to end up being Enrique, unless I can somehow get him behind everybody. Well, let's do this. This is about to get rough. This is about to get rough. So first things first is the spectral hordes are going first. If I remember correctly, there's a rule. They have to come with us. Hissing, come with us. While there's at least 1 spectral horde on the map tile at the start of each turn, the heroes take 2 extra horror hits for each corruption they currently have. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, no. So Enrique's going to go first. He has to make a 5+ on this. He gets it. He saves out of it. Montana has 4 mutation points, or corruption points. So she's going to make 4 pluses. She takes 2 sanity damage. She's not doing well. No, she's not bloodied yet, so... Oh, God. Murphy, I need to heal you. Next is Murphy. He doesn't have any corruption. And Isamu... Stop turning off. Isamu takes 1. He saves out of it. He gets a 5+. So that's the beginning of the turn. So that's their come with us ability. God, I need to kill these guys ASAP. So what's their deal? They're going to try to move up and attack them? What's their movement? Oh, God! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they can roll right up on us. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They can't move through hero models. They're going to move on up next. And now we got to roll and see who they're going after. He can go after... Well, can he get her? No. Well, yeah, actually he can. No, that's... Yeah, so we're going to say... we're going to roll a d6. 1 through... A 1, 2 will be... Actually, hold on. No, it's not going to be that way. A 1 through 3 is going to be... Enrique, and a 4 through 6 is going to be Murphy. So let's take a look and see which this guy's going after. Going after Murphy. This one, it's going to be 1 through... We'll just say the 1 through 3 is Isamu. Isamu, and then the other one's... Well, the other one would probably be right here, parking himself between the both of them. He's going after Murphy. So Murphy's got 2 after him. Isamu's got 1. And their combat is, if I remember correctly, their spirit. So Murphy has a 2 spirit. They both have a 2 spirit. So these guys are getting 2 combat a pop. Do they have anything extra? +2. So they're getting 4 a pop. Oh. Oh, that's... Oh, this is bad. So they have 10 health. Okay, so we'll do the first guy. He's doing 4 attacks on Murphy. He doesn't get any crit rules, right? Okay. Why did it do that? Okay, so he got 2 hits on Murphy, and Murphy needs to make 2. He needs to make 2 4+ saves. Is it 4+? What do you have, Murphy? 2 4+ saves. He makes 1, so he takes 2 damage. He's got a lot of health, though, if I remember correctly. Next is the other guy. He's also going to make... Med Arts! What in the unholy fuck is a spectral horde? It's these 3 figures right here. So, they're pretty much what you're seeing on the screen. Basically just a whole bunch of ghosts attacking, and they're going to beat the hell out of Murphy. But what makes them really suck is they get the special rule on the Legions of the Damned, where if they're alive, they're going to be respawning the hungry dead that's behind them. If you see, there's 12 of them. I figured I'd give it a try, but once I realized their initiative and they're going first, I have to kill these guys first before I can kill the undead. Ugh. But luckily I do have some healing, rezzing stuff. Yeah, I just gotta make sure nobody gets KO'd. So, next is the next 4 shots on Murphy from the other Spectral Horde. 4+, they get 2. Murphy needs to make 2 4+ saves. Gets both of them. Murphy took 2 damage from the last one. The other one he just kind of waved off. Then Isamu's the same thing. I just remembered. Give me 1 second. Isamu took 4 damage. Therefore, he gets his spirit armor. He never took the damage. Keep forgetting he has spirit armor. So, he's attacking Isamu. Did I re-roll for Isamu's attack? No. Okay, so he's making 4 attacks on Isamu, and he gets 3 of them. Isamu has a 3+ defense roll. Ouch. So he takes 4 points of damage. But he's got a lot of health, so he's good. And that's the end of their turn. Oh, wait a minute. So he rolled 2 6s. So that meant that he actually took 6 points of damage. They do have crit rules. And they get life drain, so I gotta be careful that I get a focus fire on one of them. So that's the end of their turn. So many rules. Get this out of the way. So Enrique's first. I used all the dynamite against the Takobaki. This would have been perfect for the dynamite, but that's okay. He's gonna shoot. What's their defense? Their defense is cunning, right? The enemy's defense is equal to the attacker's cunning. Luckily, everybody's either got a 1 or a 2 cunning, so their defense isn't great. Murphy's got a 2 cunning. No, that's Murphy. I need Enrique. He's got a 1 cunning. So, to be honest with you, shooting his pistols into these guys is gonna be awesome. But they do have armor 4+. So I'm going to have Enrique pull out his 2 pistols and start popping some rounds into these ghosts. Do I have anything, any bonuses? He's the one that gets the 1 or 2. So let me see if he gets a grit back. No. So I gotta write that down, I forgot. He's a +1 sanity. And once per adventure, prevent wounds. And he's got the traveling pants, so he's actually a +1 movement. I didn't write all these down. It's too busy trying to get through things. And once per adventure, cancel death event or darkness roll, or darkness. I could have used that earlier. Actually, it didn't matter. The darkness card I rolled wasn't really all that important. So the best he can do right now is fire 4 shots into them. So let's go ahead and roll those 4 shots. 2 crits and a hit. That's it. Wow, nice. Good going, Enrique. So 2 criticals. They don't have any rules ignoring defense, I think. They do have armor. Armor's terrible. So we'll do the first hit, the regular hit. I'm going to just go ahead and put it on, we'll just say this guy in the corner. And it does 6 points. He's got a cunning 1, so it does 5 points of physical damage to this guy. And he's got to make armor saves of 4+. So 5d6 4+ armor save rules. He takes 4 points of damage. Nice, Enrique. Badass, bro. So, Enrique did... That's just for one hit, by the way. So, that is 4 points of damage times 5, so that's 20. He gets 30 XP. 5, 425. He's almost leveling. Oh, my nipples are getting hard, getting close to leveling up Enrique. I need him to be level 2 so bad. But the difficulty goes up once he does that. Next is his crit. How much does his crit do? 4 points of damage. So monster needs to make 4 d6 4+ rolls. He did really, really well. All but 1. So he took 1 point of damage. He's at half health. But that gets Enrique 15 experience, so it brings him up to 440 XP. And then the final crit shot. 5 points of damage. So the monster needs to make 5d6 4+ armor saves. He takes 4 points of damage. Yes! He is 1 point away from death. I think Montana's going to be able to do the job. So that means he took 30 XP. Oh my god. Enrique's so close. He's 30 XP away from leveling. So that's the end of his turn. Next is Montana. She's at maximum grit, so I'm just going to have her move on up. And she's going to pop 2 shots into the crowd. That's the beautiful thing about this game, is that technically you're shooting, and after you make your shoot rolls, that's when you decide where you want to put your damage. So it's like, well, this hit's going to hit this guy. You roll for that. If he's dead, well, now you take that other hit and brought it over to this guy. So you can be a little strategic or tactical with where you're putting your damage. So she's going to do 2 shots with her hunting rifle. She's got 2 grit, so I can re-roll stuff. She's getting... And she has iron concentration, too. So once per turn, she can re-roll a damage die. That's awesome. So, first things first, I kind of want her to heal some characters. So I'm going to have her probably spend the grit to heal. Actually, I can do that at the end. Let's see what we got. Rapid shot. If she kills him, she can shoot him again. So yeah, I'm going to have her roll 2 dice into that group. Oh, and she still has her Serpent Fang charm, too. That's 1 hit. I know I can do better on that, too. I'm going to go ahead and re-roll that 2. Oops. Because I really need her to hit him. Damn. Okay, so... Okay. So this is going to be +2. She's a cunning 2, so he's got a defense 2. So it's whatever I roll. So let's see what she gets. All she needs to do is damage him with 1. I should have probably... Well, I still have 1 grit left. 6 points of damage. I mean, I'm just gonna go ahead and roll with it. So he needs to be 5d6, 6d6, 5+, yeah. Wow, he did really good, but he only had 1 health left. He's dead. Therefore, her special rule of rapid shot is if she kills a target with a 2-handed weapon, she gets +1 shot with that gun. Limit of 3 additional shots. He's dead. So she gets 15 XP from that. Oh, that means only 2 are going to spawn guys now. I would gladly take on the Hungry Dead over these fuckers. Excuse my language, but those guys are dicks. And I'm glad they went first and came running in. They don't have any shootout rules, right? No. They just run on in and start attacking. So she's going to make her additional shot into that group. And I still have a grit. She gets it. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the guy right in front of Murphy. And I can re-roll the damage on this. I probably should have done that earlier. Oh, wait, I rolled a 6. What am I talking about? So, it's -2 to what she rolls because of... No, actually, no. It's what she rolls because the defense is a 2. She's getting a +2 damage on this weapon. I'm going to go with that 5. So he needs to make 5d6 rolls of 5+. Doesn't make any of them. Hell yeah, go team. So he is now down to 5 health, and she just gained 35 experience. So that brings her up to that. So she's at 390 experience right now. She's almost halfway to level 3. Of course, Murphy's just wrecking experience right now. That guy's almost dead. That's awesome. So next thing I'm going to do is... The undead are initiative 1. So everybody else gets to go before them. So this is great. Hopefully I kill another one of these guys. That's going to be the goal. I know I won't be able to kill the other one. I could try, but I don't think I will be able to. But we'll see what happens with Murphy. Murphy's the damage dealer here, and he's perfect for these guys. So let's see what Murphy can do. He's got a lot of rules since he's level 2 and he's been getting a lot of gear. He does get to reroll a damage die once per turn. Oh! Actually, hold on a second. No, everybody's doing good. I think. I'm gonna make Murphy... Let me take a look at his canteen. Oh, I forgot. The terror. So, they both need to make their terror hits first. So, terror hit on Enrique, if I have to do that. He doesn't make it. Terror hit on Montana. She doesn't make it. So they both took a point of sanity damage. Enrique might go down. Being level 1, he's pretty weak. So now I need to do it for Murphy. Murphy doesn't get it either. I might have him drink his canteen. Now I'm going to keep my healing up. I want to see where things are going. Everybody's still at a decent health and sanity, except for Enrique. Enrique's probably going to go down here pretty soon. And he can only do it to himself, so yeah. So we're going to just go with Murphy. He's going to swing his heavy pickaxe. So he's getting 2 combat. Oh, whoops, sorry, at D8. If he rolls 6 pluses, of course, it's a crit. But if he rolls an 8 on a D8 with this weapon in particular, there's lightning. It's double damage. So here's hoping 2 8s. We got one. And we got a hit. I'm going to keep that. I think he gets to reroll one of my damage dice. Oof. So we'll put the regular hit on this. I'm going to put the double damage on this guy first. I want to see if I have to re-roll it or not. Because I could roll a 1 on a double damage. So we'll do that first. I'm going to roll the critical on this guy. And I get to re-roll it if I need to. So 1d8. Give me 8 points of damage. There's a part of me thinking I can do better than that. Yeah, I can't bump that up. Oh! I'm +1 damage with this one. So it would do 9 damage. But I'm like, I know I can do better than that. That's like that's under halfway. That's the under part of halfway to dealing more damage. But I could still roll a 1, 2, or 3. Oh, this is a tough call. Because if I can do this, I could kill that guy right now if I roll right. But I think, you know what? I'm just going to go with it. So 9 points of damage. And I'm going to play it safe. So 9 points of damage. And it's going to do... He needs to do... Actually, that was right. It was a crit, so it ignores defense. So it's going to do 9d6 at 4+. He rolled pretty good on my screen. He takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of damage. That was a good roll. So therefore, we're getting 40 XP for Murphy. 635. Murphy is officially well over halfway to level 3. And then his base attack that he's got is gonna go on the same guy. He's only got 4 points of damage left, so I'll just throw that on him. And let's go ahead and roll that. I'll keep it. So it does 6 minus 2, so 4 points of damage. So 46 at 4+. He takes 2 more points of damage. He is very close to dead. That would give Murphy another 20 XP. Next is Isamu. Yeah, all this gear has been helping the team re-roll their stuff. Isamu, he still has his rattlesnake fangs. He's got his pickaxe, so he's getting 3 combat, +1 damage on medium or smaller size. These guys are actually large bases, so he's not getting his +1 attack. Let's see, +1 grit. I can spend a grit to do double damage, which reminds me, I might as well roll his grit first. Doesn't get it. He can't take more than 4 wounds. What did I give him for an ability? So he's got his spirit armor, which reminds me I need to take 5+ test. Doesn't get it, so spirit armor of 5+. Gets it, doesn't take any sanity damage. Armor's awesome. Sucks when it's on an enemy, but it's awesome when you have it, of course. I don't need that. That rattlesnake fang is probably gonna be something amazing I'm gonna need. So we'll just go ahead and let's roll some dice. So he's gonna do 3 combat against the 2 guys in front of him. If he kills them both, 2 crits and a hit. Hells yes. So I can add 3 damage to some of these attacks too. So we'll do the crits first. Well, actually, we'll do the regular hit first. This guy's only got 2 health. So let's see what we do. It's a 5 damage hit. I mean, it's a minus, what's his cunning? 2. So it's -2 to what I roll. I'll go with that, but I'm going to use the Rattlesnake Fangs and add 4 damage to this hit. So he now has to make 4d6 4+ rolls. And just as I was hoping, he failed both 2 of them, which was the last 2 wounds that he's got. He is officially dead. Oh, God. No more corpse spawning if we kill this guy. If I kill this guy and he's only got 5 health left, and I have 2 critical hits, and I still have a grit, then we won't have any corpse spawning at all for the rest of this match, and we should be able to succeed. So he's going to start swinging. He's swinging his last 2 his crits at this guy. So here's one. Yeah, he's still doing good on health. So here's the first crit. I'm gonna re-roll that damage with the grit. I can't accept that. I'll take it. So 3 damage. He needs to make 3d6 4+ armor saves. So 1 wound. He's got 4 health left. This ain't looking great. There was nothing I could add to this. Should have kept that grit. I forgot that he's got a grit roll. Damn. Alright, well. He gets 15 points of experience. And he's now going to do his final critical. Dude, come on. One more damage. He's got 7 points left, 3 points left. So I mean, all things considered, we killed 2 of these guys and one of them's almost dead. It's a pretty big win in my book. So that's another 15 XP, so 355. We're still doing good. Just now we're about to get jumped on by a bunch of undead. Keep that over here. It's the end of everybody. Nope, everybody. Their activation. Now it's the undead. And they're getting what? +2 combat. God, they got like no health. So what's their movement speed? 2. So this guy moves up 2. This guy moves up 1, 2. This guy moves up 2. 1, 2. Moves up 2. 2. 2. Oops. This is where dynamite would be amazing. They're all together. And now they're going to make attacks. But they have an elite ability of Ravenous, so they're getting +2 combat at 3 damage a pop. And I'm seeing 4, 5 people that are going to be making attacks. So these 2 are obviously going after Murphy. This one's going to decide Murphy or Isamu. So Murphy's 1 through 3, 4 through 6 is Isamu. Going after Isamu. So these 3 are going after Isamu, these 2 after Murphy. So the first one is making 3d, what's their melee? 3? Oof. So they're making 3d6 rolls against him at 4+. Gets 2 hits. They don't have any crit rolls, right? Good. What to do? Gonna make 2 armor saves of 4+, or so he takes 3 damage. Murphy took 3 damage from that one guy. This is gonna be a nasty round. And then the next one's also attacking. This guy right here. That is 2 hits. Murphy needs to make 2 defense saves. Does not make either one. He took 6 points of damage on that. Not looking good for Murphy. He is bloodied. Next is Isamu. I got the Saga Stone ready because I think Asamu's about to go down. So again, 3d6, but he does have 3+ saves. All 3 hit. You need to make 3d6 3+ saves. He gets all of them. The next one, 3d6 again. Does not make any of them. And then the last one, 3d6. Gets 1 hit. And a 3d6. Yeah. Isamu just... Yeah, that guy just bobbed and weaved his way out of all those attacks. That was 9 attacks. The last 2 failed them miserably, but the first one, that was a close call. I was about ready to throw the Saga Stone at him. But I really hope we hold back the darkness. Or we roll double 6s, that'd be nice. So that's the end of their activation. It's now the end of the turn. This guy is going to roll 2d6. And for every 5+, he brings a dude back. He brings in a undead onto the field. Yikes. End of the turn. We now have to do Hold Back the Darkness. Add 8+. Oh, Murphy, please, please, please make this roll. Thank God. So we made a 9 on a 8+ roll. We're safe for now. Because that last stand is a nasty card. So it's the beginning of the turn. If I remember correctly, I think that guy goes first. Let me take a look. Yes, because he shares initiative with Enrique. So he's gonna do his combats. Actually, at the beginning of the turn, he's got the Come With Us ability. So he's gonna everybody. Spectral Horde at the start of each turn, that hero. Hold on. Well, there's at least one Spectral Horde on the hero's map tile. Okay, so these two have to make horror checks for each corruption they have. So Murphy doesn't have any, so he's safe. Isamu does have 1, but he's also got Spirit Armor, so he needs to make a 5+ roll against it, and another 5+ roll against this one because of the he doesn't get it. That Spirit Armor is really nice, but it doesn't always work. So that's the end of the terror stuff. He gets to go. He's going to be deciding who he's combating, who's going to be fighting. Models and changes. Oh, he moves through targets. So he gets to choose. He's going to roll a d6, and in initiative order, I'll decide who he goes after. He's going after Enrique. So he just swiftly moves through everybody and jumps Enrique, which is really bad. And his combat is the Spirit of Enrique, which is a 3 + 2. So he's getting 5 attacks. And Enrique has, oh boy. Well, he's got plenty of health. So 5d6. Hopefully he doesn't roll any 6s. He's at what, 4+ melee? So 2 of those are actually hit. Enrique's going to make his 2 4+ saves. 1 hit goes by and deals 2 damage. Or is there more? Oh, that's it. Does 2 points of damage. Alright, he's at half health. Next... Wind and that storm weather's getting crazy. Next... That's his turn, is going to be Enrique. So Enrique's going to start first with his grit. He gets his grit back. He's going to need it. And he's standing next to the dude. He's going to take 1 horror hit. He manages to avoid it. And he's going to... I want him shooting at these guys. But I got an idea. I don't have to do an escape test because he's still within the area. Get her back there. I'm going to have him go here. And he's going to... Well, he's got to. He's got to pop shots into the guy next to him. Yeah, I think you have to shoot targets next to you. I'll have to research that later, but... He's going to fire 4 shots. Into the growing, the spectral dead, or spectral horde. He's got a grit, so I can re-roll some of these. He gets 1 crit. I'm gonna re-roll. I get 2 hits. One's a crit. But I can also pull these around. I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, I'm going to re-roll those 2 using the grit. So he's got 1 crit and 1 regular hit right now. Didn't matter. Damn. I'm going to go ahead and roll the crit on this guy. He's only got 3 points of health, so hopefully... his cunning's a 1, so that would mean that this guy's defense is a 1. So, let's hope this is a high roll. 5 damage. -1, so 4 points of damage. He needs to make 4d6, 4 plus saves. Takes 2 wounds. He is 1 point away from death. That would give Enrique 20 points of experience. Whoops. He is 10 points away from leveling up. That extra hit, I'm going to go ahead and turn that onto this guy as well. So, oh, wait. Hold on a minute. That was a crit. It ignored defense. That was an extra point of damage. He's dead. So that would have been... He's 5 points away from leveling. Oh. So the regular shot, I'm going to focus it on... We'll say this guy right here. And, they only got 1 health, so as long as I deal the damage, they're done. I am so glad they're out of the way, but we still have 13 hungry dead on the table. So I'll pop this guy right here in front of, it doesn't matter which one at this point. I'll do the guy in front of Isamu. You got 4 defense. I need to roll 5+ to deal any damage with this weapon. So he does 1 point of damage. Guess what that does? It kills it. I'm gonna go ahead and replace this model with this one just to keep it up. Guess what that did? Enrique is now level 2. So to help the team, I'm gonna go ahead and level him up right now. Oh my god. Give me a second to pull this bad boy out. And we'll go over how to level this character up. So Enrique is going to get a free bonus. So I just roll a I think it's 2d6. There it is. I roll a 2d6 and it'll give me a buff. So let's see what I get for a buff. So 2d6. We get a 6. He gets +1 to his cunning, or +1 agility. We need higher agility on this team, so I'm thinking I'm going to give it to his agility. So he's now going to be a 3 agility. And he also gains D6 permanent health. It's about to be a 6. But he gets 3 permanent health. So he went from 16 to 19 maximum health. We drop that down. And then after that, we decide on what skill we want to give him. So, if I remember correctly, I'm going the guns route. So once per turn, use 1 grit to gain +1 shot with each gun you fire in turn. Oh, but the scoundrel class is pretty sweet too, but I'm gonna go for... Oh, man. Getting a +1 to my maximum grit on Enrique, but also to get Sinister Laugh. Every time I kill a target, I roll a d6 on a 5 or 6. He gets a grit back. That's amazing. But, oh, I love the idea of getting extra shots. But I'm probably going to go for the Sinister Laugh. You can never have enough grit. And I'll just go for guns next round. So we'll go with Sinister Laugh. An enemy kill. Roll d6 on 5 or 6. Gain +1 grit. And now the team is officially all at level 2. So the difficulty of the game just went up. So instead of the monsters getting a an elite ability now, we're now upgrading from low threats to medium threats. And again, once more than half the team is level 3, again we go up to medium threat, but with an elite ability. It just that's how it kind of works. Or at least I'm playing by the old school rules. So that's the end of the leveling up. That's the end of Enrique's turn. And now we move on to Montana. What I'm going to do is I'm trying to close this gap here. And I want less attacks on my heroes. And I figured if I close the gap and move everybody back, I'll get 4 attacks on them instead of 6. So, or 6 attackers. So that's what I'm going to do. Montana's going to take a step back. She's actually going to make an escape test. 4+, really? She makes it. And I think she's at full grit still. No, she's not. I'm going to go ahead and roll her grit. Doesn't get it. And she's going to fire 2 shots with her hunting rifle into the zombies. And I think that's all I really need to do with her. But if I kill guys left and right, she's getting shot after shot after shot. And statistically, I should be killing them one by one. So the problem is making the shots, because she's a 4+ range. So let's see what we got here. She's got a grit. I could heal some people, and I think someone needs help. No, we're good there. Murphy could use some help, but he's got his canteen. So I'm gonna have her shoot her rifle. And that's 2 shots into the zombies at 4+. She makes 1. could grit roll it. No. No, I'm going to keep that grit just in case. So she makes one shot, and it's going to... That's tough. It's -2 to whatever roll, so I'm just going to go with this. She's shooting it at, we'll say, this guy right here. Can she see him? No, she's shooting at this guy right here. So, -2 to what she rolls. She straight up kills him. And because of that, she's getting +1 shot. But she's also gaining, how much XP? 10? She's getting +1 shot. So let's see if she makes it. She needs a 4+. She gets it. She's going to target... this one right here. And she does. She kills it. She can do this up to 3 times, by the way. So this is the second time. Again, it's another 10 XP. The next shot's going to go on... Who can she see? Actually, she can see this guy. Corner to corner. Yeah, so she's going to shoot this one right here. So here's the second time she got a free shot. Does she hit him? She does. And does 5 points of damage. She's a +2 on her rifle for damage, so of course -2 to the roll. He's dead. Trying to free these guys up so they don't have to do escape tests. And she's rocking. And then she gets her last free shot against this guy. And let's see if she hits him. I'm going to go ahead and grit roll that. Why not? Critical. Ignores defense. I roll her straight damage from the weapon kills the thing outright. So he's dead. So there's that. I was actually like really worried about this fight too. Because the other guys were terrifying. We still need to kill as many guys as we can because that last stand card could totally screw us. So nobody's KO'd yet. There's a lot of rules to remember here. I am so sorry because we pulled up all these Growing Dread cards, all these Darkness cards. These new monsters came in. The threat card added a whole bunch of rules for those monsters. We rolled maximum on all the Hungry Dead. This is one hell of a battle, and I'm loving every second of this. So that's her turn. We now still have these two ready to go, and I'm half tempted to have them just run in there and start beating these guys. The only thing is, if they don't kill enough of them, they're going to get a lot of hits. Because I can get 2 from Murphy, and I can get 3 from Isamu. I could potentially kill 5 of these. And they're slow moving, so if I kind of position myself to avoid being attacked, this guy might not be able to get in. This guy might not be able to get in. I might be able to avoid being attacked. But if I want to do the maximum amount of damage, I need to kind of move over here. Yeah. I'm going to do that. Because either way, at the end of the turn, they all randomize who they're going after. We really don't need that card anymore. Because those creatures are dead. So I'll just remove it. Is that one? Yes. What does this do again? I think it's for demons. We're not fighting demons. We'll go ahead and get rid of that card because we don't need it. Oh my god, I wish I had dynamite. Because right now, Murphy make 2 attacks. Samu can make 3, and he's already used his rattlesnake fangs. And I hate the idea of having them move backward and take, what, 4 times 3 hits? 12 attacks? When they could kill some of these guys. I'm going to do it. Murphy's going to go up first, and he's going to... What's his health at? It's at 11. He's not adjacent to any of them, so we're good. But he's going to make a... I'm glad I killed those targets surrounding these guys, because now they don't have to make those fear tests. So he's going to pop his canteen. It gives him D6 wounds or sanity. I'm going to give it to his wounds. So first let's roll for his grit, see if he gets it back. Does not. But I'm going to roll a D6 on... Nice. So I'm going to give him 6... Well, yeah, I'm going to give him 6 wounds. That'll bring him down to 5 health. He's doing all right on his sanity. And then it's... Oh, he's still going first. So that means... What does he have for a special ability? Nothing special there. So I'm going to have Murphy probably get as far away from this guy as possible. So probably like right here. Then he can attack 2 targets. So 1, 2. He can attack these 2 targets. Hopefully kill them. And then I can probably move Samu over here somewhere. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm trying to avoid the most amount of attacks possible. But Murphy's going to go first. He gets 2 attacks with his pickaxe. And let's see what he gets. And they're D8s. So again, the beautiful thing about D8s is that a 6+ is critical. And then anything, if he rolls an 8, he gets double the damage. Against these guys, this is awesome. Let's see what he rolls. So 2d8. He gets 2 hits. He's getting +1 damage to it, so that brings their defense down to a 3. He still has a grit, so I can always re-roll one of these. But I still have my Fire Emblem too, so I can re-roll one of my damage die. So we'll do the first one on this guy right here. This one. And it does 6. So goes over his defense. He's dead. They only have 1 health, so yeah, Murphy's getting closer and closer to leveling up. And then the next one on this guy is going to be how much damage? 5 again. That kills him outright. Murphy gets another 10 XP. And uses canteen. That's all he's really got at this point. So that's the end of Murphy's turn. Isamu, he gets 3 attacks. If I move him over here, this guy won't be able to get to him unless I do move him here. I'm gonna give, yeah, well, this happens if he gets KO'd, so I'm gonna go with it. Isamu's gonna Leroy Jenkins into that group. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because they randomize who they go after anyway. Anybody in reach, which will be these 2. And he is going to unload on these guys. Isamu first has to roll for his grit. See if he gets his grit back. He does not. He does not. I can't even roll a 1 or a 2. Come on. Okay, so I can use a grit. He doesn't have a grit, so I can't do anything with that. Good thing is he can't take more than 4 wounds from a single hit, so it doesn't really matter. These guys do 3 damage maximum on a hit. Okay. But he's getting +1 damage against these guys. That's good. He's already used the fangs. Okay, so he's gonna make 3 combat. Come on, Samu. You really need to make these, bro. Gets 2 hits. He's getting +1, so they're really down to a defense 4. So as long as he gets a 4+, he kills one of them. So we'll go with the first one. So I think that's all I got here. Yeah. He can take some hits next turn. So this one right here, we need to make a 4+ in order to kill. There you go. Attacks again. kills one of them. I mean, our odds are definitely still better. He gets 10 XP from that. That's the end of the hero's activation. Now it's initiative 1, which is these guys. And they are all in reach of Isamu. But let's see who they go after. We'll start here. He's going after, we're going to say Murphy's a 1 through 3 and a 4 through 6 on Isamu. This one's going after Murphy. This one, Isamu moves over. This one, Isamu. This one, Murphy. Moves around to Murph. And then the final one is going to go after Isamu. That's the only one in reach. Alright, so they are ravenous. So they get +2 combat. So they're going to be making 3 combat attacks each. So we'll start with Murphy. This one here is making 3 combat attacks. Luckily, they don't have crit rules. But they do hit with 2. Murphy needs to make 2 4+ defense saves against these. Does not get him. So he takes 6 points of damage. Murphy is definitely bloodied at this point. The next one makes 3d6. I can't tell what that is. It's 2 1s and a 6. So gets 1 hit. Murphy avoids it. Hold on 1 second. I'm on the wrong character sheet. Where's Murphy? Okay. There we go. Next is Isamu. Keep these in order here. So Isamu's next, and he's going to be attacked by 3 of these zombies. So the first one's making 3 attacks. The nice thing about Isamu is that his defense rolls are at 3+. And I keep forgetting that Murphy has that sacred flower. I gotta remind myself. 2 hits. Isamu needs to make 2 3+. Takes 3 damage. The next one, 3 attacks. Can't tell. 1 hit. Needs to make a 3+. Goes right through, so Isamu is officially bloodied. And then the next guy. 1 hit. Needs to make a 3+. He's safe. So definitely, that round definitely hurt. Man, those elite abilities are pretty nuts. So that's the end of the activation for everybody. We're now moving on to... Maybe I should turn that light on. No. I need a light over here. I wonder what it would look like if I turn this one on. Okay, there we go. Got dark out. I don't have that natural light outside anymore. So we're now at the end of the round. Everybody's gone, activations and all. We no longer have that rule, but we do have a pretty nasty rule called Last Stand. Therefore, we need to make a Hold Back the Darkness roll 8+. So Murphy lifts up his lantern, and he's trying to call back the darkness that's coming out of this dungeon. Damn! Okay, so the darkness comes out a little bit. And then the Last Stand happens. I was worried about this. So now it comes to it. In the final hour, you shall make your last stand here. As the darkness looms large, you recoil at the horrors taking shape before your eyes. During the next fight, which is this one, whenever the hold back the darkness rolls failed, which we did, add D3 -1 creeping shadows to the fight as an ambush. Or, well, we're not playing 5 players, so if we roll a 1 or a 2, nothing comes out. Please roll a 1 or a 2. Please roll a 1 or a 2. Of course. 2 creeping shadow come out. Now let's see what they do. Can I do something about that? I know I have some cards. This was going so well until I failed that damn roll. I don't think I have anything to stop this. So, new monster group. Now fighting Creeping Shadows. Ooh. I'm not familiar with that card. Oh god, they're initiative 7. They got a lot of rules. And they get an elite ability. What do they get for an elite ability? This might actually end us. Savage damage, +2 combat. Come on, dude. Alright, so Creeping Shadows. I don't know which core box they're from. Does it say on there? I have no clue which that one's from. Mascamiva, thank you so much for the follow. I'm going to be right back. I need to go find the models for this fight. There. Checked all these heroes. I built them yet. Size of the model. It is medium base. Okay, there's a strong chance that these are models I haven't built yet. So I'm going to proxy for now. These guys. Things were looking good, but I'm beginning to believe that Growing Dread card is really going to end this fight for us. Because I'm not liking what I'm seeing on these cards. Oh, their damage is D6. They only have 6 health, though. Glowing Shade. Move through... so they move through and may be moved through by other models. And may occupy the same space as other models. Limit 1 Creeping Shadow per space. Always moves the shortest distance to try and get to the same space as its target. A Creeping Shadow uses its full combat against every hero in the same adjacent spaces to it. When ambushing, appears in the same space as its target. I'm glad I split the posse up. Each creeping shadow to hit roll of 6 also triggers voices in the dark for the hero. D6 horror hits, in addition to the normal combat hits. Even within the lantern's light, living darkness, these guys need to die. They need to die bad. Living darkness. Oh my god, they're gonna wipe my team out with those horror hits. A creeping shadow's defense is equal to the number of spaces it is from the light source. Well, the light source is right here on Murphy. So if they show up here, that's bad. Because they will be 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's on defense? Yeah. And they're immune to critical hits. Oh, that's great. I'm going to need Murphy to take these guys down, but we need to kill these guys as soon as possible to end this combat. So let's first see where they spawn. The fact that we failed that roll, I knew it too. I was like, it's going to happen. So this guy, we're going to roll a d8 per usual initiative order. It's going to be a 1 or 2 is going to be on Enrique, 3 or 4 is going to be on Montana, 5 or 6 on Murphy, and then a 7 or 8 on Isamu. So this guy's going on Isamu. Good. I'm glad he's next to the light. And the next one, Isamu as well. Oh god, Isamu's gonna get his ass kicked. So they only have 2 defense right now. I'm just glad they're not on the ranged. My ranged guys might be able to take them out. We need to kill those zombies first. The reason why I say that is because they are really... I mean, these guys are spawning, but the zombies are the ones that are keeping us in this fight. And we might actually have a KO hero here pretty soon. Which is why I bet the Saga Stone. That thing's gonna come in handy here in a second. Okay, so back to it. We're now at the start of the round. These guys get to go first. Oh my god. Oh, they start on them. So this guy is standing on Isamu. So he's only got a 1 defense. And this guy is adjacent to Isamu, because there can only be 1 on the same tile. So he's going to make... How many combat? Oh god, he's 4 combat at D6. Isamu might die. So... It's just... Wow. That elite ability made him nasty. So he didn't get any crits. And he's a 4+, so he got 2 hits. They do D6 damage pop. Oof. So the first hit... First thing we need to do is have Isamu roll his 3+ defenses. He avoids one of them. The next one does 5 points of damage. Does 5 points. Wow, does 5 points of damage. Oh god. Samu's almost dead. The next guy is attacking as well with his 4 combat. He gets 2 crits. Oh no. 6+ also triggers voices in the dark for the hero. D6 horror hits. So we'll do the horror hits first. In addition to the normal combat. So we'll do the normal combat, then the horror hits. It's in addition, so it's second. So we'll do the combats first. So it gets 4 hits. Did it say anything about ignoring defense? It does not. So gets his 3 horror hits, 3 combats. So we need 3d6, 3+ saves. He gets all of them, so he avoids the combat attacks. But now he needs to make. Let's take a look. D6 4 hits. That means he just straight up takes... Oh, God. Okay, so 1 and 2. So he takes 4 horror hits, so he has to make 4 willpower saves against those first. Got all of them! Oh, man! Hells yeah! Samu saved out of all of that craziness. That's wonderful. So again, I gotta remind myself this is on a Samu. So that's the end of their turn. They don't have any horror stuff? No. So first up is gonna be Enrique. I might have him move up a couple spaces so that he can get within range of everybody. Actually, so he can at least see everybody. If he was here, he'd be able to see everyone. But if they ever change targets, I want them... Oof. I have faith these two are going to take care of those things. So I'm going to have Enrique start firing shots. He's just going to start firing shots. Okay, what's his ability again? So he gets a Sinister Laugh on a kill, roll a D6. On a 5 or 6, gain a grit. So he gets 4 shots. Come on now. Let's roll his grit first. He doesn't get it. Well, actually, he's wild card. So he gets a grit on a 1 or 2 roll. So he gets his grit back. Next, he's going to fire his 4 shots with the group. I'm going to go ahead and re-roll 2 of those. I really need him to make these. That's a 5 and a 1, so he gets 3 hits. And I'm going to try to carve out these zombies, because I don't want them beating the hell out of Isamu and Murphy. So first hit will go on this guy. He's not getting any bonuses for damage, so he needs to roll... Let me pull up their card again. I think they're a defense 3. A defense 4. So I need to roll a 5+ to deal A damage and kill them. So let's do that. Man, I couldn't have rolled a crit. So the first one. Really? I don't have anything else? Nothing? I'm beginning to wonder if I should have gone with the extra shots. I had to use a grit for that. So, first one, it's going to be... I need a 5+. He's dead. Gets 10 XP from that. We'll just do this quickly and I'll do the XP in a second. The next shot, nothing. And then the next shot, nothing. So he did manage to kill one. He got 395 XP. He's at 395 XP now. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. He's at 15 XP. Next is Montana. Again, I'll move her up. Probably here. And I'm gonna have her fire 2 shots into the zombies, because if I can get that constant roll of the shots again, that would be amazing. So 2 shots, they do 2 damage a pop, so they'd be down to a damage 4. I have defense of 4. Let's roll for her grit first. Doesn't get it, but she does have 1 grit left. But I can also spend that if I wanted to and use my serpent Fang charm, which gives me a grit equal to my level or upgrades. So I could get my 2 grit back after this. Kind of want her to heal people too. But I can still have her re-roll damage as well. So we'll go ahead and shoot the 2 shots into those zombies. This is turning into crap. So I'm gonna re-grit. Or I'm gonna use grit to re-roll those. So we got one critical. Which means ignores defense. No matter what, I'd roll a, well, 2 damage, of course, so it kills whatever it hits, which is going to be this guy. And then I'm going to get an extra free attack from that. I'm going to use my Serpent Fang Charm and gain 2 grit back. And I'm going to see if we hit another target with that extra shot. We do. And it's +2, so again, we're at -2 to what I roll. We need a 3+ to kill him. I'm gonna use a grit to re-roll that attack damage. Nope, actually, I'm gonna use her ability, Iron Concentration. Once per turn, re-roll a damage roll. So I'm gonna do that instead. Come on. It did it, because +2 damage, plus on a 3, 5 damage against a defense 4, he's dead. She gets another free shot. Puts it on this one. Does she hit him? No, but I am going to re-roll that. I need her killing these guys. Is that a crit? Kills that one. And then she gets her final free shot. So she's going to pop the final shot at the last zombie. And does she kill him? She crits. So she managed to come in and just pump, like, it's called rapid fire. So she's just constantly pumping shots as she's killing targets with her hunting rifle. Upgrading that hunting rifle to a 2-shot weapon, best idea I ever had. And on top of that, that Sacred Fang Charm is so helpful. So she still has a grit left over, but she killed what? 4 zombies? So she's getting 40 experience from that. Now we just have to deal with these 2 guys, and I'm hoping we can kill them. So the zombies are gone. And now we just have the creeping shadows. Whoops. Like, I'm pretty sure Murphy should be able to kill one of them. If I can roll 8s on Murphy, that would be amazing. So, Murphy's next. We're going to roll for his grit first. Doesn't get it. He used his canteen already. He does have his fire emblem still. He gets that once per turn. He's getting +1 damage on his attacks. These guys, what's their defense again? All the zombies are dead, so I don't have to worry about fear tests, so that's good. But they're immune to criticals. Creeping Shadow's defense is equal to the number of spaces from the lantern. So, I would have to move Murphy up first. Now they're only defense 1. Meaning that I get +1 on the pickaxe, so it's whatever I roll at that point. And they're only 6 health. Should be able to kill them with Murphy. Oh my god. This is butt puckering. That's really all I got, because everything else I have, like, Murphy is built. Like, he does a lot of damage, but his whole spiel is really just mining and finding resources, which he's been doing amazing. But let's see what happens. So, beautiful thing with this pickaxe, D8 rolls for hits and damage. So, here we go. He's right next to both targets. If it's 2 8s, we probably got this. And he's got 1 grit too, so he can re-roll stuff. So we got a hit, actually a critical, but they ignore critical. And he gets to, if I remember correctly, I think he gets to re-roll one of his damage. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and re-roll using a grit. That 1 die. Damn. Okay. So let's go ahead and pin that. I don't think there's any damage on either guy yet. So we'll just put damage on this one. We'll attack him with Murphy. And Murphy's going to deal. Come on, buddy. So it's whatever I roll, 7 points damage. He's dead. Creeping Shadow's gone. There's 1 more left, and it's all up to Isamu. Unfortunately, they're not a... Actually, no, they are. They're a medium base. So they're a medium base model, and what that means is that someone who gets his +1 on his attacks. Yep, medium or smaller sizes. So they're only one space. He's only one space away from the Lantern, which is Murphy. So he's only getting a defense of 1 right now. So if I get some hits, it's just straight damage. God, we could totally win this. So, first let's roll for his grit. Samu gets a grit back. I think we got this. So, we've already used the Rattlesnake Fangs. I can spend a grit to double the damage of an attack. I'm going to hold on to that grit. So let's do 3d6 attack against this guy. He gets a crit. I could roll grit. I could... Well, I get to re-roll. Do I? Hold on a second. I get Spirit Armor. No, I get to double my roll. Oh, this is a tough one. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna do the 1d6 attack, and if I roll a 3, I can double that damage using that crit to kill him. I just need to roll a 3. Or I can use that grit to re-roll my attacks. Actually, what did I roll? Yeah, a 1 and 2. He's a 3+ on melee. You know what? I think my odds are better if I use that grit to re-roll the attacks. So I'm going to do that. So 2 attacks being re-rolled. So I got a basic attack and a critical, but the criticals don't really matter. So here we go. Here's the first one. It's whatever I roll. 3 damage. He's at half health. And I still get to... No, I don't get to reroll. That's on Murphy. Come on, buddy. 6 damage. So, the good news is, we killed them, we wiped them out, even with the growing dread cards that were, like, giving us a beat down through this. We have completed the adventure. Oh, I pressed it twice, my bad. Excellent. So we completed that. Now we have to move on to... It's the end of the adventure. So everybody gains... it's D3 Darkstone plus 2. We had to do that the last time. Oh, actually, we failed the last time. So we'll start with Enrique. Masked Amoeba, the overlay is amazing. Is it custom made? Yeah. I built all of the cards and everything. Of course, I scanned from the actual game itself, from Shadows of Brimstone. But the overlays, like the framing, all the stuff that you're seeing, the graphics, that's stuff that I put together for this stream, specifically for this game. I want to make more for other games, but I'm just putting more and more into Shadows of Brimstone because, and I just love the atmosphere that it's creating for it. But yeah, there's like a whole bunch of animations for this, and as you're gonna see, I'm gonna be drawing loot and stuff. There's more for it. But thank you, I really appreciate the compliment. So Enrique. So it's D3 plus 2. So Enrique's getting 3 Darkstone. Oh, we're overloaded on Darkstone. Montana's getting 4 Darkstone. Oh wait, no, it's plus 1. So, sorry, my bad. I forgot the rule. So 3, 2, 3. So she's getting... Oof. Great work. We were playing remotely, and I had a half-ass menu camera setup. No, I. Oh god, camera setup. Yeah, I totally understand. For 2 weeks, I've been moving these things around, left like all over the place, trying to find the right shots. Um, Eventually, I am happy with where I'm at, but I still feel like there's some areas I could probably do better. But main thing was I want the center area to be open and viewable for the actual game table and the tiles and everything. When I first created this thing, I had the monster cards in the center, things going in the center, they were all over the place. And finally, one day I sat down and just kind of just moved everything about. Yeah, I just like it being open like this. Definitely a lot better. I can go ahead and put him away, by the way. That one. Yeah, because I got this little area over here to show you, like, as we were going through the dungeon, I was kind of displaying the cards up there. And at any point, I can actually move into some of these cards. Like, I can zoom that in, put it away. I even have, like, additional spots. I was hoping to use those for one day when I start inviting other players in, like people joining the Discord and wanting to play with me, or I have another friend who wants to join up. I'd be putting like their live feed on from the Discord into those panels, so this way you can actually see them while we're playing. It can be a little bit hard to do though, because there's a lot of assets being loaded up and thrown around the screen. I do feel like it's a little bit overwhelming, but I think I'm slowly getting to the point where this is actually almost perfect and where I need it to be. Specifically, like I said, the center panel, that was the hard thing for me to do. So did I roll for... I did not. So he gets 3. So it's 7? Oh my god. And of course, that's 4 Darkstone. We are way overloaded on Darkstone. We have 14, 19, and 22 pieces of Darkstone. We can only hold 8 inside the box. We're going to be making a lot of corruption checks. I think we're going to be having... A lot of people are going to be getting mutations during this. So I don't think anyone's going to... Actually, if I give them all to Osamu, he can make all his spirit checks. His spirit armor checks. But that's it. That's not it. We got to go into the loot now. Now what's crazy is... the maximum amount of loots you can draw in the game are 3 after a combat. We actually pulled up 2 monster cards. For every monster card that's defeated, or monster group that's defeated, you get a loot. Well, that last stand card that came in drew in a new monster group, so we fought 3 monster group, therefore we are getting 3 loots. So let's see what we get. So first we're going to start with Enrique. He gains... Oh, wow. He gets 60 XP. That brings him up to 75 now that he's level 2. He gets... Oops. Yeah, I knew it. It's plugged in. How'd that thing die? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go check out a camera. Well, I'm kind of an idiot. I had the wrong cables plugged into the power and plugged into the wireless. That's why it hasn't been connecting wirelessly. I mean, that's why it's been connecting wirelessly. Whoops. And that's why it died. But that's okay. We're at the end. And I'm considering we've been at this for a while. I gotta definitely call this night after we do the loots. And then tomorrow we'll pick back up. Not tomorrow. Saturday we'll pick back up at the adventuring part. But let's go ahead and finish the loots. So 60 XP. Because of Murphy's abilities, he's getting an additional 25 on top of that gold. So he's getting 75 gold. He's playing catch up. So that brings him to 90. So he's at 460 gold. But he finds two loot items, two gear cards. I would definitely love to add these to the game as well. He finds herb tokens, or an herb token. And he finds a grappling hook. It adds cunning, +2 move as well. Use 1 grit to be able to move through other models, including barriers, until the end of the turn. That is awesome. So that's something I'm probably going to keep. So we got that. And I'll just go ahead and put that to the side, since I've already marked it down. That is it for him. Next is Montana. Oh, wow, she struck gold here. So she's getting 60, 70, 80 XP. Montana is already halfway to level 3. And she's going to be gaining 275 and 50, so she's getting 325 gold. So 325 gold, so she's getting 8. Oh, come on, Tony, do the math. 870 gold. She's at 1,870 gold. She's getting pretty rich. And then 1 dark stone. Oh, we don't need any more. I mean, we do get rich. Well, we're already rich. We got to find a place to sell the dark stone first. So that's Montana, and then next is Murphy. What does Murphy find? So his, on top of the ability he gets for the group, he gets double what he finds on loot, scavenge, and his encounters. So Murphy's generating 225 and 125, so he's getting 350 gold. So we're at 365 gold. 2,365 gold for Murphy, and he's getting 60 XP. That brings him to 735. Again, he's well over halfway. He's also my original character, so. And he gets a gear card. Nice. He finds a hunting knife. Once per turn, you may reroll one of your melee hit rolls. Oh, that's awesome. That's perfect for him. While you have 2 hunting knives equipped, you gain the reroll for each, as well as a bonus of +1 combat for the pair. So it's actually... Oh, it is a hand weapon. He can't use it. I mean, that's pretty sweet. I just don't know if anybody would actually be able to use that. That is pretty sweet, though. And we did the XP, did the money, the gear card, and then finally is Samu. So Samu gets 30, 50, 70 XP. That brings him to... Hold on a minute here. That brings him to 425? 435 experience. And gold, he's getting 250. That's bringing him up to 6, 7, 8. So 1,805 gold. And he gets a dark stone. Oh, we have too much of that. And that's it for the loots. plugged that in wrong. I didn't bother looking at the cable. Is it at least charging? Nope. I'll fix that tomorrow. Unless it's actually dead. I don't know why it's not charging. Unless this thing's broken. Well. Anyway, that's the end of that adventure. After this, of course, since we succeeded, we would just go on a travel back to town. But we'll pick that up on the next adventure. So for now, I think that's it for the adventure. Yeah, I think we're good to go. So, again, music you're hearing in the backgrounds from Sirenscape. It's quite an awesome application to use. They have a whole mess of different tags sticking out, different music. They have a whole bunch of different packages of music, and it's great for D&D, great for board games. I highly recommend it. If you need anything to add to your ambient sound to make things a little more, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, I'm fried after all this. So, but definitely recommend checking them out. They have a great app, and they're coming out with a new one. I think recently. I think there's like a beta for it, and you can like test it out. It's a great app. So to kind of recap, we had our travel, we had our town stay. Did we? Or did we just start the adventure? No, we started the adventure. This was a long adventure. Yes, it was. And we fought through a whole bunch of different monsters. We had the boss fight in this room, which was huge. I thought we were going to lose it, but not bad. I was glad that I focused fired on these guys because they would have just kept spawning zombies. But anyway, thank you all for showing up, for watching the stream. One of these days I have a couple community members who are actually very interested in playing. You'll be hearing their voices on the channel as we're playing. They'll be using the dice roller that I have set up. And I'm going to try to set up characters with them. I don't know when we're going to start. It might be next week, might be the week after. It all depends on when we get things set up. Because I still got to test a few things in that area for the stream. But now, for real, thank you so much for showing up. It was a blast for me playing this. Here's hoping that the next stream we have like, well, some more crazy adventures like we had now. But now that everybody is level 2, we're going to start seeing more difficult monsters in this game. Because we'll be fighting medium threats from here on out. But that's going to be the end of the stream for today. Again, thank you all so much for showing up. If you don't mind, if you want to hang out and wait for the raid, I'm going to see who I can raid out to. See who else is playing board games right now. Whoops. Let's see who's on right now. Okay, as far as board games are concerned... Ooh, somebody's playing X-Wing. Not sure what they're playing. Board Game Geek TV is playing something. They're playing Marvel United. The multiverse one. Yeah. That's the one that I'm missing. I actually have the first 2 Kickstarters, which was the X-Men and the regular United. I passed on the multiverse one, which I wish I didn't. I wanted Galactus so bad. So we're going to go ahead and raid into Board Game Geek TV. And again, thank you all so much for showing up. I hope you all had a good time. I'll see you possibly Saturday. I'm not sure what time I'm going to be starting at. I want to start at 2. But we'll see what happens, because a lot of things get in the way, and I end up starting at 3 or 3:30. So, but until then, you all have a great, you all enjoy the rest of your day. Have a great Friday, and I will see you on Saturday.